Should be some... Fireworks in this one, Greg. Two cross-conference rivals squaring up.
Kevin, can you smell the intensity in the air? You can tell these guys mean business. Both teams want to prove they're the better squad.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. We've got Luka Doncic playing out there with Hayes. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. And it's LeBron in at the point. Now here's James. Here's Len. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
And I'll bet that's what they talked about before the game, getting the ball inside early.
Holiday against LeBron. And Holiday kicks to Tatum. And there's the call on James. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there, and really a tough break for the D.
Here's Tatum. Holiday trying to free himself up. To the left side wing. Holiday against LeBron. And here's Doncic from the arc. Yes, it's James picking up the assist.
And normally near the top, handling the ball. Luka sneaking out to the corner there, getting free for 3.
And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And you watch Jason Tatum, year to year, he is a model of consistency. Across the board, the numbers are pretty similar, and the effort never wanes.
That one falls, so he hits both of them.
A multi-talented swingman. Tatum just continues to get better and better each year.
LeBron against Holiday. Porzingis with the block. And here comes Brown, leading the fast break. Here's Tatum. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down.
Not just being selfless, but also smart with the ball. Brown is able to find the best guy for the right shot.
Doncic passes to Hayes. Lakers working the ball around now. Doncic left side. Hayes with the screen for Doncic. Shoots over White. Will not go. This is off the front iron. For Boston, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Brown finds Porzingis. Now here's Brown. Finney-Smith defending. Brown's shot is good.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
James against Holiday. Pass to Finney-Smith. Now Hayes. Lets it go with the 3. Misses that one. He's 0 for 1 from the floor.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
White dishes to Brown. Tatum with a screen on LeBron. Brown kicks to Porzingis. 6 on the shot clock. It's good from long range.
And Porzingis will make you pay if you collapse off of him. That's just inviting trouble.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. And Richard, you've watched LeBron James over the years. His approach never wavers. It never changes.
He is all business all the time, on the court, off the court. The consistency of his focus and mental toughness is unbelievable.
Well, Richard, you were a teammate of LeBron James's, winning a title in Cleveland with him, playing with LeBron. What was something you learned about his game and about him?
Well, I learned that he takes the greatness that has been bestowed upon him as a gift, and it is a curse, but he understands how to handle both.
Boston making a switch here. Horford's checked in. Here's Hayes, and he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
This is his first free throw of the game.
And, of course, we'd all like to see his percentage at the line improve, but he just does not have the touch right now. He's in the 60s.
Let's send it over to David Aldridge, who caught up with head coach Joe Mazzulla. David.
We talked about the strategy for taking on a guy like Luka Doncic. He told me that the thing is Luka steals all the attention out there, which allows his teammates to find open looks, so they're not going to let him distract us on defense. So it sounds like they'll be focusing on defending against Luka and company, not just Luka. Kevin?
Okay, David, much appreciated. And again, the Lakers, no good.
And he's very confident from that range, but you can't make him all.
The shot by Holiday, no good. Lakers trail by 5. Hayes the pass to LeBron. Fires for 3. And again, the Lakers, no good.
And the defense dodged one right there. Not the guy you want to leave open.
Los Angeles is gone. 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Drills it from outside.
When you're guarding LeBron, you have to give him something. So the King, well, he'll take a three-point basket.
Outside, Horford. Brown outside. Outside, Holiday. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got his 4th assist in this one.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
James finds the hole for the 2nd time from the floor. Now 2 for 5.
Great recognition of the mismatch, abusing the smaller defender. Poor guy.
Celtics leading by 3. Out to Porzingis. All sorts of time. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
And it's Porzingis that time on the assist by Holiday. And that's now 9 points for Porzingis. James looking it over. Pulls up. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. A big-time effort for Porzingis, providing a lot of energy for Boston. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D's have... And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Celtics.
Well, they're off to a good start, getting it inside and scoring at close range. Solid fundamentals so far in this one.
And also, guys, they're playing for one another right now. All those extra passes are leading to easy buckets.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. Dorian Finney-Smith is out there with Jackson Hayes. Then there's Luka Doncic. Then it's Alex Len. And it's James in at the point. And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the D-cell the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin, and you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man, and I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Porzingis with the ball, now guarded by Len. Here's Craig. It's hauled in by Los Angeles.
Outstanding work to send him away. They sniffed that one out.
To the inside. It's stolen by White. And pushing it up. Here's Boston. And Brown throws it down hard.
Nobody's going to catch Brown in the open court like that. Nobody.
LeBron up top, guarded by Holiday. Right wing. Finney-Smith kicks to LeBron. Pass to Hayes. And here is Doncic. Soft touch on the floater from Doncic.
And already in his career, Doncic displays a remarkable amount of pro moves. Includes that floater right there.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thanks. If you think Luka Doncic makes amazing shots in the games, you should see his trick shots. It's legendary stuff with his teammates. Luka says, I'm just making them up. I like to have fun, so sometimes I just try some new stuff. And of course, Kevin, he always feels like they're going in.
Thank you, DA. He is a magician with the ball. A very creative mind, and it's fun to watch.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
And so Brown will bring it up for the Celtics. 4-point game. Over the last few seasons, we've seen the resurgence of Porzingis. And Richard, it has been fun to watch.
Kevin, he's been effective on both sides of the ball. He's always been a good player, but his recent fit has really improved his play.
Back to Hayes. Nice ball movement here by the Lakers. Len, good.
Excellent assist there. Just led him to the perfect spot.
White against Doncic. Porzingis with a screen on Doncic. White the pass to Porzingis. It's hauled in by LeBron.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
Doncic finds Len. Here's Finney-Smith. They get the rebound. Porzingis with the block.
And just fast off the floor to challenge shots. Porzingis, this helps him get a lot of blocks like that one.
And he gets it back. White looking around. And Derek White picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Celtics making a switch here. Horford's checked in.
Number 42, Al Horford.
Lakers trail by 4. Over to the wing. Here's Finney-Smith. Good, and the assist goes to LeBron. Finney-Smith's got 6.
The selfless attitude of James. When someone on his team has a clean look, he feeds him.
Horford kicks to Holiday. Brown outside. Porzingis inside. Guarded by Len. Brown inside the line. Boston again missing. For Los Angeles, they've gone 4 of 7 from the field in this second quarter so far. Offensive rebound. Pass to Finney-Smith. Launches a 3. That one, no good.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Brown finds Porzingis. Back to Brown. Outside, Horford. Back to Brown. Outside Porzingis. 11 feet away. And he hits the jump shot. 13 points in the game.
Keep getting it to this man. I mean, once Porzingis catches fire, there is no putting that out.
Doncic against White. And Len has it in the corner. Pass to Finney-Smith. At the elbow, Doncic. Down low, Len laid in with a nice touch off the glass. 6 points for Alex Len.
Give credit where credit is due right there. A terrific assist.
Horford kicks to Holiday. The kick out to Brown, and he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Los Angeles ball. Now into the lineup for the Celtics. Number 0.
James with a deep 3, and that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. Boston on top, leading by just 1. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of the third quarter. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Porzingis having a dominant impact in this game.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column? Through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. And it's Holiday in at the 1. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. And something you see with the Lakers They really trust their role players, don't they, Richard?
Yeah, LeBron does a great job of empowering his group. That's why he's top 5 in the league all time in assists. If you earn his trust, he will give you a ton of space to work. The Lakers know that they can only go as far as their great group of role players. If you're the defender, what do you do there? How do you really play LeBron in the pick and roll?
White the pass to Brown. Tatum setting the pick for Brown. To the left wing. The wide open look here for Porzingis. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Pass to Len.
Just outworking the shooter, keeping the shot off target and bagging the rebound.
And finished off by Brown.
And scanning the floor well. Porzingis all about finding open teammates when they've got a look.
White against Doncic. Shoots over White. Rebounded by the Celtics. Outside Holiday. No good on the three. The Lakers have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin. Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla has talked about the 2 J's, Brown and Jason Tatum. He says they've been lumped together because they play a similar position, but they don't have to be similar. You've got to be able to express who they are and not constantly be compared to each other. They're not the same. Kevin?
Back, David, remember a couple years ago, there was some thought that maybe one would be traded. I'm glad they're still together. And stolen by Tatum. Brown wide open. He fires. And he's good on the 3-ball. Brown's got 5 points in the quarter.
Wow, Brown drills it from way out, showing off that limitless range.
James kicks to Finney-Smith. Shoots the 3. LeBron James making it look easy from deep.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain the triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Los Angeles has gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. And he floats in for the easy 2. Credit the assist on that one.
Now look, a coach is going to trust LeBron James to just put up monster numbers because that's who he is. But it is nice to see him get into a nice groove like this.
Porzingis passes to Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Doncic. Back to Porzingis. He gets that one. Porzingis has got 16 points. Guys, we're not through 3 quarters of play, but 6 lead changes already in this one.
Yeah, competitive, and I think we all can agree that we thought this would be the type of game that would come down to the end.
And they call an illegal screen here.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
You gotta blow the whistle when it's that obvious. Great call there by the official.
Pritchard, he's checked in for Boston. To the paint. And the dunk by Porzingis.
And what a luxury to run pick and rolls with Porzingis. He can roll to the basket or pop out for that jump shot.
Pass to Len. Nifty move. And that's 2 points on the layup. That's now 8 points for Alex Len.
When guys are moving the ball, sharing it, it makes the game so much more fun, both as a player and as a fan.
Holiday, the pass to Brown. Holiday looking for an opening. Porzingis with a screen on Doncic. 6 to shoot. Len with the block. On the wing, James. Guarded by Tatum. Out left to the wing. Now here's Hayes. Defense right on him. And the dunk by Len. 7 lead changes now, and we're just in the third quarter.
Yeah, frustrating for a coach, but it's great to watch as a fan.
An active scorer, whenever Tatum forces the issue and goes at the defense, they have to compromise.
He'll take his 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the game right here.
And it's good to see him with his free throw percentage up over 80.
Derek White's checked in for Pritchard.
This team thinks they should be up in front, but at least they tied it up.
That's going to be out of bounds. Los Angeles will retain possession.
Los Angeles ball.
Hayes with the screen for LeBron.
And you want more of this from Tatum, able to make an impact on defense with this kind of activity.
Brown kicks to Holiday. Back to Brown. Oh, drew the foul. Almost hit the three-point bucket. And he'll go to the line to shoot three.
Personal foul.
Yeah, you hate to give up a foul on a three-point attempt.
Jaylen Brown.
And the second free throw, good. And he makes all three. Here's James. What a thing of beauty from James.
And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatics.
Oh, come on. He had to go for that, didn't he? My goodness. 3/4 of play in it. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
And with 3/4 behind us, we start the fourth quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. So for the Lakers right now, he's out there with Len, and it's LeBron James. Then there's Doncic, and it's Finney-Smith in at the three.
Yeah, just too much big boy basketball by LeBron James, just bodying defenders inside.
Here's Pritchard. At the elbow, Horford. Pass to Hauser. Back to Craig. 5 on the clock. And the call will be against Al Horford. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Los Angeles has gone 6 of 14 with the 3 ball tonight. Just a little over 40%. Now Len. It's rebounded by Porzingis. Porzingis has got his 5th rebound in this one. Tatum taking it in. And the basket is good. And the Celtics lead by 1.
Oh, you gotta prevent Tatum from getting into the lane, because once he's in there, you're done.
Out to Doncic. Pass to Hayes. Carries it down low.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Hits the three-point bomb.
Gotta love the confidence. Brown wasting no time firing away.
James, no good.
They came close there to tying it up.
You love the intensity out there right now. Close game, both teams leaving it all out there.
And how about the grit and determination in the post? I mean, essential qualities to have late in a close game.
Len, it's Hayes, top of the key. James driving. Misses the layup. He had him with that bump fake. Boston leading by 4. And man, is this team on a roll right now offensively, Greg. So fun to watch.
They're playing with so much confidence, which is why they're tearing it up on this end.
And a fast break now for the Celtics. Brown the pass to White. Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. Here's Porzingis. Shooting foul. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Pass to James. Taken away by Holiday. And here comes Brown, leading the fast break. Tatum with it. Brown deciding where to go with it. And there's the big-time jam as he slams it right over Lamb.
Showing off his pure athleticism. Brown with a memorable finish.
James, rebounded by the Celtics. Brown's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Holiday. It's rebounded by Hayes. Hayes has got rebound number 7 for him tonight and taken away by Brown. Tatum on the wing. Outside Holiday. Pass to Brown. Just 5 on the clock. Here he goes. It's hauled in by Los Angeles.
And not sure they've got enough time to save themselves.
And if I were them, I'd start thinking about where I'm going to get food after the game because this one looks a bit out of reach.
And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. They trail by 6. And the Lakers with another miss. A chance here to possibly put it out of reach.
This is when you really need to maintain your focus.
It's good.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Stolen by Holiday. 3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Tatum on the wing. Finney Smith defending. Tatum passes to Porzingis. The kick out to Holiday. The Celtics working the ball around now. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Lets the 3 fly. No good that time. And out of bounds as the Celtics gain possession. So it's the Celtics picking up the win. Some good moments throughout this one, but they have the clear advantage down the stretch. Thanks so much, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. And so for
And out on the floor, shaking off the pregame jitters, these guys, welcome to 2K Sports Well, Grant, tonight we've got two teams who aren't afraid to slow the pace of the game.
Well, B.A., it's because they're both adept at operating their half-court sets. They don't feel the need to push the tempo all the time.
And let's check Miami's starting lineup. They've got Alec Burks. Bam Adebayo is out there with Andrew Wiggins. Then there's Tyler Hero, and it's Ware in at the center position.
And now the game is really starting to flow. We should be in for a good one.
Yeah, and it's important to get that first score quickly and establish your game.
Here's Hero. The Celtics making their last shot. The three. Got a piece of it. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Porzingis. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Joe Mazzulla. I asked him outright if he had a plan for Tyler Hero. Coach let me in on their strategy, saying, quote, "We just have to cause problems for him on defense. Hand in the face, crowd him. Anything to discourage him from taking shots. So he hopes they can keep Tyler quiet by hassling him all night long." Back to you.
And Allie, thanks. Now here's Wiggins. And they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds. And the Heat unveiling the statue of Dwayne Wade, Stan, the face of the franchise forever.
Yeah, Brian, you think of what he meant to this organization, propelling it to its very first championship and then attracting other stars to Miami. He is truly the foundation.
Clock at 4. Here's Brown. The rebound by Ware.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Wiggins passes to Adebayo. Back to Wiggins. To the wing, right side. And Adebayo, the bucket, on the assist by Wiggins.
Just another thing that Bam brings to your team, the ability to knock down jumpers.
It's Holiday with a drive. Porzingis finds Brown. Drills it from deep.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
Hero, the pass to Adebayo. To the inside.
Yeah, with his length and athleticism, Tatum has the tools to be a lockdown defender.
Here's Porzingis. Back to Holiday. They kick it out to Porzingis. That three's off the mark. The Heat have gone 1 for 3 so far. Wiggins passes to Burks. Hero, left side. Here's Ware. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Celtics. Now, if you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Tatum passes to Porzingis. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
Few bigs stretch the floor like Porzingis. He can be just deadly from the arc.
Hero, pass to Adebayo. Takes it inside. Back to Hero. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Ware. Hero with it. He's covered by Holiday. Puts it up from 17. Out left to the wing. To the middle. Here's Wiggins. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Making it look so easy. Wiggins has crazy hops. Can really get up there.
Wiggins against Brown. Outside White. On the wing, Holiday. The kick out to White. The three. Rebound Miami. And we're just over 3.5 minutes into this first quarter. Here's Burks. No good there. Nice D from Tatum.
You challenge a player on a layup, that's what you want. Getting a stop without a foul. The defense wins that battle.
Boom! I mean, Porzingis laying down the hammer. Oh, mercy, mercy.
So it's Miami now, following the bucket by Boston. Down low. Kicks it to Hero. Wiggins outside. Hauled in by Brown.
That's the shot you hope for. Right at the rim. Just couldn't capitalize.
Holiday tipped. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. 34 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Heat trail by 7. On the attack, Hero. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston on offense. They're on a 10-2 run here. Three-pointer, Holiday. And the three-pointer goes. Holiday's got 5 now.
This game's taken on a whole new look thanks to this run.
Yeah, but we know momentum can flip the other direction very quickly. You can't get complacent now.
Second chance effort. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a three-point play. Miami shooting their first foul shot of the game. Free throw's good. Adebayo. Outside Holiday. The three, Porzingis. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter in this one. All right, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, they've set the tone early with their pace. So important to capitalize on transition opportunities, and it keeps the defense off balance.
Yeah, we got to talk about how pestering they've been on defense, forcing turnovers and finding ways to score often.
On the court for Miami here in the second. They've got Tyler Hero. Andrew Wiggins is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then there's Alec Burks. And it's Ware in at the 5, down low. Here's Ware. Yet to see a basket. And the layup is good off the glass.
Well, with his skill and confidence with the ball, if you put him in position, he'll reward you.
A multiple-time All-Star. What aspect of Adebayo's game stand catches your eye nightly?
Well, Brian, I'd say it's not one thing. He's a very complete player. He can rebound, defend, pass, score. This guy does it all.
And by all accounts, a great teammate as well.
That's exactly right.
An ascending superstar, Tatum has really honed in on what he does best on the offensive end.
And so Tatum nails both of them. You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken. But that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Jaylen Brown is playing with so much confidence. He said, quote, "I feel like I'm a different player. My body has changed. Athletically, I'm entering my prime. I'm more aware on defense and offense. I feel like on both sides of the ball, I'm playing the best basketball of my life."
Well, it shows, Allie, for sure. Here's Brown. JB on the break. Sensational.
And Brown is lethal in the open floor. Once he has a step on you, it's over.
All right, Stan, as you look around the league, who stands out as the best perimeter defender right now?
There's so many good ones. OG Anunoby might be the most versatile. Drew Holiday, Derek White, KCP. Don't forget about guys like Aaron Gordon and Herb Jones, also outstanding.
Now here's Tatum. Pass to White. Six to shoot. Back to Porzingis. Operating inside. Porzingis.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
Here's Adebayo. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston leading by 9. White on the wing. Defended by Burks. Left side, Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. The kick out to White. On the wing, Tatum. The three is up. Tatum drills the three.
With his feet set, Tatum's going to make you pay.
Here's Hero. Oh, a beautiful reverse layup.
His nimbleness makes him a unique threat at the rim.
Tatum against Adebayo. Porzingis surveying the floor. Porzingis with a screen on Hero. And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
White finds Holiday. Back to White. Lets the three fly. And Hero grabs the board. Heat trail by 7. Adebayo with it. Porzingis picks him up defensively.
Got to be careful shooting around Porzingis. His length is so capable of erasing shots.
And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. To the paint. Here's Adebayo. Boston pulls it in. Right side White. Oh, send it home, Derek White.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
On the wing, Burks. 1:19 left in the second period. And it's Ware missing. Boston leading by 10. White, the pass to Tatum. And finished off by Tatum.
And so much power out of Tatum. Look at the elevation.
Back to Hero. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup. Hero's got 7 points in the game.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Hero against Holiday. Launches it. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got his 4th rebound in this one. And the call will be against Derek White. That's foul number 2 for him.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Celtics on D. 10-point lead.
Well, that's why it's so important to seal off those passing lanes inside. Make them earn points in the paint.
And play stops. A whistle there on what looks like an illegal screen.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, you can get away with a lot in terms of screens today, but you can't make it that obvious.
Burks for 3. Jaylen Brown with a rebound. Left side Holiday. Fires from deep. Hits the trifecta. Give him 8 points now. Just 4 seconds left in the first half. Hero for 3. And they recover it. And so it's Boston in command with a 13-point lead at the end of the quarter. Building this lead up in large part because of how well they're shooting it. We'll be right back. After a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. You look at Kristaps Porzingis. What a contribution.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Holiday in at the point. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. And they're pushing it up. KP wrecks the rim.
Now we know he can hit threes, but Kristaps showing he can slam it too.
Well, Coach, the Heat have had some deep playoff runs recently, making the finals twice in 5 years.
Yeah, Brian, and what's really interesting is that they've only been higher than a 5 seed once in that span. They just hit a different gear in the playoffs.
Brown, a screen on Adebayo. Tatum passes to Holiday. It's Brown on the wing. And it's off from three-point range.
Hey, who's watching though?
Adebayo against Tatum. Wiggins looking around. Adebayo from long range. Boston pulls it in. Outside Tatum. Tatum on the drive. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Yeah, once Tatum sees a gap, he is gone. Off and running.
Inside. Here's Ware. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Kristaps Porzingis picks one up.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Stan, you started as an assistant in the NBA back in 1995. Now, all of these years later, for a coach, what's been the biggest change, you think?
Well, I think the biggest change, Brian, has been that we don't practice as much. There's much less time spent on the court with your team. It's more done in terms of film and individual work and not 5-on-5 type practice like it was back in 1995.
You mean to say we're talking about practice?
That's exactly right.
And so it's Holiday who brings up the ball for Boston. It's a 13-point game. Here's Porzingis. The shot, no good. Good D by Adebayo. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian, a key concept preached by Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla and reiterated by Jaylen Brown, who says it's reading the game, realizing fast, but playing slow. We're the more talented team, he said. We have to be the smarter team as well, and when we do that, we're going to be tough to beat. Brian?
Well, they certainly have been, Allie. Thanks for that. And stolen by Porzingis. Holiday finds White. Stolen by Hero. Wiggins, left side. Burks for 3. Sinks the tray. Burks has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
And making the extra pass. Wiggins' teammates appreciate his willingness to get it to them when they're uncovered.
On the wing, Tatum. He's got 9. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. And they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
Drew Holiday at the line for 2 seconds. Your play will be reviewed under NBA rules. There will be 2 minutes to review.
Even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
That's good from Holiday.
You know, one thing you got to love about Drew Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
We expect nothing less. He's generally been very good at the line.
The basket, the bump, and the foul. What a play.
No need to risk a shot from range when you can take it inside.
Miami shooting their 6th attempt at the free throw line tonight. One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
Burks with it, now guarded by Brown. Wiggins, no good. Celtics lead by 11. KP to the cup. To the inside. The kick out to White. Back to Tatum from deep. Again, the miss by Boston.
Defense dodged the bullet that time. Total breakdown.
Here's Ware. He's covered by Holiday. Pass to Ware. Over Holiday. And the shot falls short that time. Boston has got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. Porzingis with it. Now White. Shot clock at 5. Porzingis sets a screen. Goes back up. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
And that one falls for Hero. So Boston ends up going with a new group. He's off on the second. And your first NBA coaching job was with the Miami Heat, Stan. That was as an assistant back in the 90s, just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few, Brian. And the Heat have changed a lot. The game has changed a lot over those years. Look, back then, the Heat were probably the most physical team in the NBA, and it was just knockdown, drag-out fights all the time.
Hero with the bucket.
You got to do more than that to stop Hero. He's superb at staying under control.
Cornette passes to Pritchard. Back to Cornette. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And so it's the Boston Celtics in command. And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Heat trail by 13. On the floor for Miami starting the fourth quarter. Alec Burks is out there with Tyler Hero. Then it's Bam Adebayo. Then it's Andrew Wiggins. And it's Ware in at the center, locking down the middle. Here's Pritchard. Craig with a screen on Hero. Pass to Craig. And stolen by Adebayo. Wiggins from long range. And it's Cornette with a rebound. Kicks it to Hero from outside the arc. And it's Cornette with a rebound.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots. Woo-hoo, just great work cashing in on the fast break.
Well, converting on those transition opportunities is just so important.
No coverage that time.
Yeah, a versatile player. Hero is terrific at sensing when his guys are open.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. And some changes here for the Celtics. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Over the break, I listened in on Joe Mazzulla's huddle, and they told their team, no easy threes, let's guard that arc, don't let anyone get an open look. With the lead, they want to close this one out with their perimeter defense. Let's see if they do, Brian.
Thank you for that, Allie. Now here's Holiday. The three, Porzingis. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday.
On the offensive end, Porzingis has been so dialed in, making the most of every scoring opportunity he gets.
Adebayo from long range. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got his 7th rebound here tonight. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Now here's White. Moving along, 2 minutes gone in the fourth. Tatum against Adebayo. They kick it out to Porzingis. Shot clock at 3. Shoots it from the high post. Misses off the left iron.
He'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option there.
Here's Adebayo. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Boston leading by 17. Three-pointer, Holiday. The rebound by Ware. Ware's got 9 rebounds now. It's Wiggins on the wing, defended by Brown. They set the pick. Burks for 3. The rebound, Celtics. Porzingis passes to Brown. This one for three. Boston, no good that time either. Heat trail by 17. Here's Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins with the silky touch at the rim.
So polished from this painted area. Love watching Wiggins do his thing close to the basket.
Tatum with it. Pass to Porzingis. Back to Tatum. The kick out to White. Outside, Brown. Tries again. Back to White. Porzingis with it. Tatum from long range. Rebound Miami. Burks has got his 4th rebound in this one.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Celtics.
When you look at their assist totals, you can see why it was easier for them to score. The ball was really popping tonight.
And good things seem to happen when you're patient and willing to make the next pass. Their offense has flowed really well.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no one was stopping him.
Boston has got 2 of 5 threes to go here in the 4th. Three-pointer Holiday. Adebayo grabs the board. Miami has gone just 1 of 6 from downtown in this final quarter. Here's Hero. Boston with a rebound.
Well, the defense just dared him to take that one. Poor execution on their part, but they got lucky.
And that one drops.
Impressive job by this team. And you really can't discount the impact of this crowd here.
No, I'd be lying if I said the crowd doesn't have an impact. It's certainly felt from the head coach all the way down.
About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Outside Holiday. Here's Porzingis. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up.
Ooh, poked away. Stolen by Hero.
Andrew Wiggins.
Tatum from long range. And count it.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
So we see the Celtics taking the W here. They didn't have too many problems tonight.
They didn't. Just a tremendous team effort. Once they had that big lead,
The Celtics strutting through the tunnel earlier on. The Boston faithful waiting. Welcome, folks. Thanks for tuning. So, Greg, a marquee matchup here tonight. 2 of the NBA's best teams with some of the best players.
and it's bound to be a fun one, right? There is elite talent on the floor. In this kind of a powerhouse matchup, both teams are looking to make a statement.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. They've got OG Anunoby. Bridges out there with Hart. Then there's Towns, and it's Robinson. In at the 5, roaming the paint. Now, here's Anunoby. Shot clock at 3. Here's Hart. Jaylen Brown with the rebound. And White kicks to Porzingis. Out to White. Back to Porzingis. It's rebounded by New York. Outside, Towns. Over Tatum. Towns with the bucket.
Is the mid-range for Mr. Towns part of the game? You bet.
About a minute played so far here in the first. And the way the Celtics can attack teams' doors with their 5-out set, it's impossible to fully defend it.
Kevin, there is so much space on the floor because they have shooters at every single position and guys who balance that shooting with an ability to get off the dribble drive. This is as good an offense as we've seen.
And so it's the Knicks getting on the board first. Here's Robinson. And here is Hart. Inside. Robinson passes to Anunoby. The offensive rebound. And it's the Celtics ball. White, wide open. He fires from outside off the mark. The Knicks have gone just 1 for 5 from the field to start the quarter. Hart with it. He's picked up by White. Towns, no luck. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for the Boston Celtics. Still without a basket in the game. You know, Doris, from the moment Jason Tatum entered the NBA, he has been the guy on his team. How big a burden do you think that is for a player to carry?
Well, Jason Tatum, regardless of how much responsibility he has always worn it gracefully. This young man, from the time he was a little kid in St. Louis, has dreamed of leading an NBA team. He is doing exactly that.
Now, here's Bridges. Towns up top, guarded by Tatum. And the whistle blows as the basket counts, and a three-point play chance right here. One free throw coming up.
Oh, that's a strong finish. Karl Anthony Towns will go to the line, try to put the cherry on top.
It's White on the wing. Pass to Brown, back to White. Now here's Tatum. Outside, White. Tatum with a screen on Bridges. Shot clock at 6. White, good.
Derek White showing you I can put it on the deck and finish off a pretty drive. Nicely done, Derek.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, briefly spoke with Joe Mazzulla. Now, I spoke to him about the plan for Karl Anthony Towns now. Coach said, we know Cat has size and power, so we're hoping we can match him there. We don't want to make ourselves soft targets for him. We can expect it to be intense and physical down on the block. Guys?
Thank you, David. Anunoby finds Bridges. Towns in the corner. Knocks it loose. It's stolen by White. Here's Robinson. Nice D from Porzingis.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over.
Robinson with the block.
This guy's nose for the basketball, and his timing as a shot blocker is intimidating. Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet.
So they take the lead.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Here's Towns, following the basket by Derek White. Outside, Towns. Driving in. Oh, and the jam by Towns.
How about the creativity, the athleticism? That's a rare combination for a guy his size. Go to work, Cat.
Robinson with the block. They retain possession. Outside, Tatum. To the middle. Here's Brown. The kick out to Holiday. 4 on the clock. Tatum wide open. He fires one. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Tatum's got 5.
The ability for Jason Tatum to be ready on the catch. Those opportunities make the game a little bit easier.
Anunoby, a screen on Tatum. Towns, the pass to Anunoby. Another shot. The rebound by the Celtics. It's Brown on the wing. Scoreless thus far.
Easy money for Kristaps Porzingis. That's 7-3 we're talking about.
Now Bridges. Over Holiday. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And that does it for the first quarter. Boston on top. They're up. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And the Celtics guys, what jumps out to you stats-wise?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
Yeah, I think they wanted to come out of the gate strong, and they have. They've taken the early lead here.
Setting the floor for the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Hart in at the shooting guard position. Now, here's Bridges. And Robinson throws it down hard.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
Holiday against Bridges. Here's Tatum. The flush by Tatum.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam. See some muscle.
Some urgency from him there. Sure. And a fun run by the Knicks in the playoffs. But Doris, horrible injury luck ended their season.
Kevin, borderline absurd bad luck for injuries. You think about it, Julius Randle goes down in the regular season. And then in the playoffs alone, Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby, and Bojan Bogdanovic all miss significant time. And who can forget Jalen Brunson getting hurt in that Game 7? Almost unreal bad luck.
White against Hart. Towns, a screen on White. Outside, Towns. A three-pointer is right on target. Towns has got 10 points in the game.
Now, the very definition of a stretch 4 or 5, whatever position he happens to be playing, Cat can space the floor.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, coming out of high school at 6'0", Derek White didn't receive any full scholarship offers. He says it was humbling, but it drove me to get better. Each time you have the doubters, you just put a little chip on your shoulder. The 29th pick overall in 2017 has come a long way. Kevin, those chips are still there.
You're so right, David. Thanks. He's become a heck of a player. Towns sets the pick for Hart. Beyond the arc. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Hart. Towns has got the lead up to 4 now for the Knicks. And Porzingis, here we go. The 3 from Tatum. Ah, there's Tatum's range on display.
How about the answer from Jason Tatum? Say it with your chest, Jason.
Bridges passes to Towns. Second quarter of play with almost 3 minutes gone. Not gonna go that time. Nice D from Porzingis. It's White on the wing. There's the triple. And again, Boston with the triple. It seems every season, Doris, we have players speak out on being unhappy with their role.
Well, consider, Kevin, that if you're one player on a roster in the NBA, how coveted each of those spots are, but also how competitive they are. You don't get there without that nature, which means you want to play.
The Celtics with the lead, and that's out of bounds. Boston will retain possession.
A split second late, but almost came up with a steal there.
Absolutely appreciate the effort, though. He really went after it. So close.
Now here is Holiday. Still without a basket. Nice ball movement by Boston. Porzingis with a screen on Hart. White the pass to Porzingis. Stolen by Robinson. And now the Knicks on the break. Back to Hart. Stolen by Holiday. It's Brown with the drive. That one off the back iron and out.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
And we all hear talk about Drew Holiday's defense, but you know, Doris, he is much more than that. You've said it countless times.
Kevin, this is a guy who's a tremendous rebounder for a guard, a very willing playmaker. He can carry a scoring burden if you need him to, but he's also willing to take a very limited number of shots. It's all about the team with him.
Now here is Holiday. White. That three off the mark.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
It's Hart on the wing. By Porzingis. Yep, that one goes in there.
There's no quitting this guy. He just gives you great effort, and he continues to give you great production.
Oh, the power on that Pruden!
Oh, my goodness. How about that move by Jaylen Brown? That is spectacular.
Bridges kicks to Robinson. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And it's Jason Tatum with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. First team foul.
15 seconds left to play in the first half. Towns sets the pick for Bridges. Clock at 6. Shoots it up. And there are the Knicks with another bucket.
Well, 9 times out of 10, that probably is a miss, but somehow he finds a way.
Here's Tatum going inside, and the dunk by Tatum.
I'll tell you, that vertical ability he has puts him in select company in NBA power forwards. May not have great size, but boy, he plays bigger than it.
23. The Knicks.
Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. And what can you say? Towns, an impressive effort here.
In those first 2 quarters, he was pretty much an automatic bucket getter if he got it down low on the block.
Well, you can see why they would continue to play through him. He was tough to stop, super assertive down low, just great work.
Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. The post pair. Tatum and Porzingis. And it's Brown in at the small forward. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. And one thing among many, Doors, that's so impressive about Jalen Brunson, the way he goes to work in the paint. Wow.
Kevin, at his size, you have got to be crafty. You've got to have great footwork and great patience. You've got to be willing to work in a crowd. What he does is really impressive. Now, Jalen Brunson approaches the point guard position as a scorer. Boy, this guy can light you up.
Over in the corner, White. Porzingis with a screen on Bridges. The kick out to Holiday. Sinks the three-pointer. Holiday's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Gotta respect the range of Holiday if you're the D, showing he can hurt you from that area.
Brunson against Holiday. Outside, Towns. Anunoby with the screen for Towns. And Boston with the rebound. Tatum's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Here's White. Porzingis finds White. Back to Porzingis. Moves back up. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got 4 rebounds in this game. Bridges passes to Towns. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
And White slams it in.
Soaring in for the dunk, Derek White. My goodness.
Knicks trail by 3. Brunson scanning the floor. Towns a screen on Holiday. Brunson kicks to Towns. to Brunson. Oh, muscling it in. Brunson.
And you see the aggressiveness and the absolute refusal to be intimidated inside. Jalen Brunson, a big-time finish.
Holiday, the pass to Tatum. Back to Holiday. Buries it from three-point range. Holiday's got the lead up to 4 now for Boston.
What a beautiful stroke from range. Defensively, you've got to try to take him out of his comfort zone.
In the corner, it's Robinson. Tatum against Towns. Gets the bucket and the foul. It goes on Jason Tatum.
Boy, this guy has been on a mission. Karl Anthony Towns will not be denied on the offensive end of the floor.
The Knicks shooting their 4th shot at the foul line here.
And they've done some really nice work at the foul line, knocking down 80%.
GA, these Boston Celtics are unquestionably a top-tier offensive unit.
Stupendous shooting, excellent instincts with the ball. Yeah, they are a model offense in many ways, making it tough for many teams to keep up with it.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Yeah, credit Holiday for getting to the line on that one. With his quickness and length, I'd like to see him do that more often.
And good on the second, so he makes them both.
The way he's shooting free throws tonight, you simply don't want to put him there.
Brunson against Holiday. Brunson kicks to Bridges. Towns looking around. Shot from 12. Robinson dishes to Towns. Here's Anunoby. Can't tie it up as that one's no good. Celtics leading by 3. Celtics passing it around. Back to Holiday. Outside, Porzingis. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Robinson a screen on Tatum. And that one's good. Towns has got 5 points in the quarter.
Guys, that is what you call 2 physical, hard-earned points from Karl Anthony Towns. Go ahead and embrace that contact.
Tatum with it. Now guarded by Towns. Holiday, the pass to Porzingis. Out to White. Just 5 to shoot. There's Brown with the 3. The shot and game clock separated by 4. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg? I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
And a whole new group out on the floor for these Celtics. Here's Brunson. No luck that time in the shot that would have put them on top.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Well, it's trying to close the quarter strong, and by that, take a great shot without giving them an opportunity for another one down the other end.
Bridges with the steal. We're at the end of the 3rd, and we've still got a close one. Celtics lead by 1. And do not go away. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
3/10 quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the 4th. And on the floor for New York here in the 4th, we've got Jalen Brunson. Anunoby out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Robinson in at the center, filling out the middle. Anunoby finds Brunson. Towns, a screen on Holiday. Outside, Towns. That falls. Nice speed that time from Brunson. Towns has got 27 points.
That's the confidence of Towns. This guy, regardless of situation, believes that shot is going in.
Fast break. Here they come. The shot's good from Brunson. Brunson's got the lead up to 4 now for the Knicks. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Knicks.
I I like their defense today, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
Those block shot numbers are big as well, guys, sending a clear message. We are not going to be scored on easily.
And Brunson has it in the corner. Outside, Towns. That one goes. Count it. Towns has got 12 points in just the second half.
Adding to their advantage, trying to find a way to blow this one open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
And Holiday's nimbleness gets him to the hoop on that one. His athletic ability is off the charts.
Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Towns, the pass to Anunoby. Here's Robinson. Porzingis with the block.
Kristaps Porzingis has proven over the course of his young career that he is willing to be a force as a shot blocker.
And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Boston. 6-point game. And we're around 2 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Down low. Here's Porzingis. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. Tatum's got 3 assists now in this one. The Knicks leading by 4. Brunson with it. Robinson a screen on Howard. Brunson kicks to Bridges. Brunson against Howard. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Porzingis with the block. Brown outside. Pass to White. Brown outside. Out to White. Tatum with it. Here's the 3. The offensive rebound. Back to Brown. No good from outside.
I'm shocked that it didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
Bridges dishes to Towns. Anunoby a screen on Brown. Towns. Rebound Boston. Tatum's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. To the paint. Anunoby against Brown. Tatum passes to Brown. And here's White. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Brown. That doesn't go either for Brown. New York leading by 4. Bridges outside. Towns a screen on White. Bridges kicks to Towns. New York, no good that time either. Boston's gone ice cold from three-point land, 0-4 since the start of the final quarter.
And that one sends the bench into a frenzy.
I'll tell you, these guys have worked so hard together, everyone pulling in the same direction. Beautiful to watch.
Brunson the pass to Towns. It's good!
How about the calm demeanor of Towns? Well made for pressure situations.
Brown with it. He's picked up by Anunoby. Money! And that shot brings them to within just 1.
And such a clutch shooter. I mean, he lives with a big shot. And when he's rolling like this, watch out.
Bridges against White. Bridges dishes to Robinson. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Anunoby against Brown. Outside, Porzingis. Pass to Tatum. Porzingis with a screen on Towns. Tatum passes to Porzingis. It's off. So a close game sees New York take this one. This win, thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan.
and preparing for battle. Each guy with his own approach to getting ready for... Hi, everybody. Time to get into it. NBA... Well, Grant, when you take a look at this matchup, both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, B.A. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. Now here's Porzingis. Pass to White. Now Brown. Unable to get that one. Some solid defense from Hayes. Launches it from deep. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Knocked away. And Porzingis has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Boy, that is grown man ammonia strength from Porzingis there. How can defenders stop that?
You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success, and anything short of that is a failure.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. We discussed Jaylen Brown and what makes him such a hard player to defend, and Coach said to me, Jaylen is a freak athlete and has become a really good shooter over time, too. We can't give him clean looks, and we have to guard him closely. Let's see if the defense is up to the task.
Thanks for that, Allie. From deep, here's Doncic. Knocks down the triple.
Luka Doncic with the three-point answer. As competitive as they come.
Outside White. Outside Holiday. Here's the 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
If you don't box LeBron out, he's gonna make you pay. Inexcusable not to put a body on him.
White can't hit. The Lakers have gone 2 of 6 to open up this game. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
And James considered a franchise talent, without question. This guy is the complete package.
Porzingis passes to White. Kick out to Brown. Outside Tatum, down low. Oh, they pick off the pass. Now the Lakers moving it up. It's good, and he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. Clark, it's special getting to call LeBron James games. How is the King still doing this at this age?
B.A., I think there are guys that come along every 30, 40 years that are just different than other guys, other players. He's in that category. One of the all-time greats. And he's just been remarkable. Certainly DNA has a role in his longevity and excellence, but you got to give him a ton of credit. He's committed to being at a high level for a long time, and it's remarkable to watch him do what he's doing at this age.
So it's Boston now. The Lakers getting their last shot to go. And here's Brown for 3. The shot won't fall. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. It's a 5-point game. Here's Vanderbilt. Out to James. Minute 32 left to play in the first. And slam dunk by James.
An ultra competitor in everything he does. LeBron doesn't go up just for the simple layup. He wants to throw it down.
Brown finds Holiday on the wing. Tatum. Len pulls it in. The Lakers lead by 7. And here's Vanderbilt from the arc. They grab their own miss. Boston has gone 1 of 4 from deep. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
I think that's exactly the right attitude for White to have. Go at the defender head on and don't back away from the contact.
And so he makes both from the line.
It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
And Vanderbilt slams it in.
A bit undersized, his hops make him a legit small ball 4.
The drive by Tatum.
Tatum's athleticism as he drives, really impressive. I mean, just shredding the defense to pieces there.
And James gets it to go. James has got 11 points.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
And you know, that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Now here's Holiday. Still no points. Porzingis misses. Now here is James. Tatum with a steal. Outside, Brown. The steal. And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers closing out this quarter with a 7. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Los Angeles.
Ever since this game started, they've been attacking on the inside, looking for ways to bust up the defense and get high percentage looks.
I would like to highlight, too, guys, the excellent passing they've done early on. I mean, they've done a really good job putting the ball into the hands of guys ready to shoot it.
On the floor for Boston, the core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court, Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2, and it's Porzingis in at the 5 down low. White for 3. James with the rebound. The Lakers lead by 4. Oh, LeBron sending it home.
You know, what's so impressive to me is the defense is trying to make adjustments, but LeBron's making even quicker reads. That's his IQ at work.
Brown against James. Brown passes to White. Sinks it from distance. White's got 5.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen.
Outside Vanderbilt. Holiday against Doncic. Pass to Lin. Another shot. Porzingis grabs the board. Celtics trail by 3. Outside Tatum. And here's Porzingis. And rejected. They retain possession. Second shot opportunity. And it's Tatum missing.
You know, sometimes making it difficult for him to finish at the rim is all you can ask for from the defense.
And Doncic puts up a deep 3. Hayes, the pass to Doncic. 4-3. The shot by James, no good. Boston's gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. White finds Tatum. And the elite bigs today can score posting and facing up Clark. Can all those options make it hard to decide which way to attack?
Well, I agree with you there, and I think it's a good problem to have, quite honestly, B.A. I mean, that's also, I think, where coaching and analytics comes into play. Trying to keep track of what approach is going to work best for you.
Man, he made sure to get his money's worth on that foul.
He got him good there. I mean, that's why the shot was so far off.
Good on the second one. All right, for those just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second. Porzingis with a screen on James to the paint. And count the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
Guys, he's slightly fallen off his pace from a year ago at the line, and those points from the stripe have been a little harder to come by.
Now, here is James. He's got 13, and the basket is good.
Fighting through contact, not easy trying to corral LeBron when he's focused on scoring. Good luck with that.
They get it back. James against White. 5 to shoot to the middle. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Len's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Doncic outside. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Luka's peripheral vision off the charts. Get wide open, and he's going to find you.
Celtics trail by 5. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Again, the miss by Boston. The Lakers have gotten 5 of 8 attempts to drop since the second began. And you look at Jaylen Brown, Grant. Not many wings have the strength he has.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown could dunk over a brick wall, and he could dunk through a brick wall, too. It's just so hard to move him off his path when he's on his way to the rim.
The Celtics shooting at 30% here in the second. Pass to Porzingis. There's the triple. It's rebounded by Los Angeles.
He's lost his momentum in a big hurry. Coming off an excellent quarter, now he just can't find the bucket.
Vanderbilt, the pass to Doncic for 3. Doncic delivers from range.
You cannot give Luka any space out beyond the arc because he'll make you pay every time.
Here's Brown. And the jam by Brown.
Brown with that amazing athleticism, putting on a show out there with jams like that.
James passes to Vanderbilt. LeBron gets the bucket inside.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Outside Tatum. 36 seconds left in the second quarter. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Holiday knows how to open things up out there. A high-quality facilitator.
Here's Lynn. Hey, how's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
What? You mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas. I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. What has them in front right now, by and large, they're taking great shots. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
They've got Luka Doncic. Alex Len is out there with Jackson Hayes. Then there's LeBron James. And it's Vanderbilt in at the 3. That's who's in the game for the Lakers.
Does not get much easier than that, but somehow he came up empty there.
And so he draws the foul, and they want a second opinion on that call. The signal.
First team foul.
But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Vanderbilt, the pass to James. Lynn. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So head coach doesn't like the call at all. Replay.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
And he knocks down the first one. Both shots good from the stripe. And here's Holiday. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Porzingis passes to Brown. Outside Tatum. Back to Holiday. Tatum with a screen. Holiday finds Tatum. Ooh, rocket finish from Tatum.
The physicality of Jason Tate, an understated and overlooked part of his game.
Here's James. And the bucket is good. James has got 19 points.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter. It's good.
You can tell LeBron values getting quality shots because he knows how much they're worth, and he's willing to fight for them.
They kick it out to Porzingis. To the inside. Oh, look out! JB throwing it down.
A strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
Huge size disadvantage for the defense. Might as well just get out of the way.
And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Porzingis with a screen on Doncic. Holiday passes to Porzingis. 18 feet out. Blocked! Out of bounds. Celtics ball as Boston keeps possession.
Boston ball.
So it's Boston now. Trailing by 10. The shot by Holiday, no good. Second half of play here with just under 2.5 minutes passed. James finds Hayes. Back to James. Pass to Hayes. And that's out of bounds. Last touch by White.
He had the right idea, just couldn't come up with the swipe.
You know, fellas, 1 second quicker, and that's going the other way.
Brown with the steal. Three-pointer, Holiday. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Vanderbilt's got his fourth rebound in this one. Here's James. He gets the shot to fall, and the defender wasn't set. He's called for the block. A three-point opportunity here. He's 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Celtics trail by 13. Outside, Brown. Pass to Porzingis. Tatum with it.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Outside White. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum. White's got 8 points.
Well, it's so good to see White growing in confidence with his offensive game and not hesitating at all to shoot the perimeter shot.
In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Holiday finds White. Outside Holiday. On the wing, Tatum. And the Celtics another three.
Really smooth release from Tatum on that three. Makes that shot look effortless.
Doncic outside. Hayes with a screen on Holiday. James passes to Hayes. Back to James. Second chance shot. And Hayes lays it in.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
The finish! And finished off by Hayes.
Outstanding play by Doncic to come up with that steal. His impact, his fingerprints, as a matter of fact, on every part of this game.
Here's Tatum. Vanderbilt pulls it in. Vanderbilt's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Pass to James. The offensive rebound.
And I just love how he's making the effort plays that everyone around him appreciates.
It is certainly making an impact tonight.
Well, you know, if you're not going to take care of the defensive glass, it's going to be hard to come away with the win.
And it's the Lakers on the break. And Doncic the bucket on the assist by Vanderbilt. 9 points in the game.
Great teamwork on that drive, punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second team foul.
16 seconds left in the third. Brown against Vanderbilt. Pass to White. Clock at 6. Back to Tatum. Okay! Tatum punching it home.
Outstanding distribution there. I mean, what impressive passing ability.
And so it's Los Angeles. A sizable lead of 14 at the break.
Okay, fans.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pair is White and Brown. And it's Holiday in at the point guard position. Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Well, you know, for me, when you can convert this many times in the paint, I think that's a sign that your offense is really in a healthy state.
And they've also been so active defensively, getting deflections, forcing turnovers, and scoring off of them.
Man, the jump shot of Porzingis, a thing of beauty, and the assertiveness. He knows he can get the shot he wants anytime he wants.
Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points, tied for 4th most in NBA history, Clark.
B.A., he is so special, and the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
James deciding where to go with it. Beyond the arc. On target from range. James has got 27 points.
You know, really impossible to know what James is thinking in advance. I mean, especially in these sets.
Outside White. Back to Tatum. Outside Holiday. Pass to Porzingis. Outside White. Tries again. Oh, Porzingis getting it done inside.
Boy, Coach has to love seeing Porzingis scoring like this. I mean, he is totally locked in so far tonight.
James, outside. No good with the triple.
He continues to let it fly, but the makes have been few and far between.
Brown passes to Porzingis. Outside Holiday. Outside Tatum. Pass to Brown. Shot clock at 6. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line.
What makes Brown special is his blend of smarts and effort level. Not just an intelligent player, he also gives you a phenomenal amount of energy out there.
And he sinks the second. Los Angeles leading by 13. James outside. Pass to Hayes. Now Finney-Smith. James left side. Hayes with a screen on Tatum. The 3, James. Counted from distance. James has got 13 points here in the second half alone. Brown finds Tatum. Ooh, some swagger from Tatum.
An athletic forward who dunks it with style, showing off his dunking ability right there.
And the foul called on Kristaps Porzingis. That'll be a second foul of the game.
That's his second personal foul. Second team foul.
A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Hayes with a screen on Tatum. James lays it up and banks it in. James has got 32 points.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
2 minutes remaining in this ball game.
Holiday against Doncic. They kick it out to Porzingis. Clock at 6. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Fires for 3. It's hauled in by White. Celtics trail by 16. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. Holiday passes to White. Now Tatum. He's defended by Hayes. And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's foul number 2 for him.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating him to the spot. Well done.
And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Lakers.
And of course, they really dominated in the paint tonight.
They obviously came in looking to impose their will, attack the heart and soul of that defense, and it led to a lot of good looks.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for LeBron James.
And I love his composure. He didn't try to do too much or force things, but he was ready to take advantage of every opening the defense gave him.
Nice look from Porzingis. Good vision there. That's what he has to do with the ball in his hand. Scan the floor, see what's available, keep his teammates involved as much as possible.
And there's the drive. Some solid defense from Hayes. And a chance to add to the lead here.
Yeah, B.A., they should really stick with what they've been doing.
He buries it from 3. James has got 35 in the game.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight, giving them the energy they needed.
Boy, they've given their fans plenty to cheer about, that's for sure. Effort, skill, coaching, you name it, they've done it.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. James passes to Finney-Smith. Pulls it in from the elbow. Hauled in by Brown. Boston on offense. Tatum from long range. Finney-Smith pulls it in. White against James. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. So we see the Lakers taking the W here. Well, this Allie, thank you as always. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Grant Hill.
On the floor.
Well, Greg, this matchup features two teams that want to slow things down and run their offense in the half court.
Yeah, both sides are methodical. They want to get into their sets and create quality looks and also have floor balance. I'd be surprised if we see a ton of fast break opportunities tonight.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 down low. Here's Tatum. There's the drive.
Using the bounce, Tatum just explodes to the hoop so quick.
Now Burks. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Well, Kevin, I did speak with head coach Eric Spoelstra. He noted how much extra film they're watching heading into this, and one guy that jumped out at them was Kristaps Porzingis. He said scoring over that guy is a challenge. It's not just the size, it's how well he positions himself. And he's a patient shot blocker. He waits for you to make your move. We'll see how they approach it. Kevin?
Thank you, David. And here's Wiggins following Porzingis' 3. Porzingis with the steal. White drives in, and White with the stuff.
And you see the unselfishness right there. Brown wanting to keep his teammates involved.
And Eric Spoelstra, the head coach of the Miami Heat, receiving a record 8-year, $120 million extension. They got some big dough.
Is it ever? It remains coaching for the only NBA franchise he's ever worked for. Already one of the most tenured head coaches in the association, and that figures to continue for a while.
Fires the 3. Miami grabs the miss. Inside, here's Adebayo. Tries again, and the layup is good.
Well, he's got to score around the basket. That's where Bam Adebayo does most of his damage, in traffic.
Holiday with the 3. They get it back. Pass to Porzingis for 3. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Porzingis has got 6.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let-up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
Porzingis can't hit. The Heat trail by 3. Now here's Burks. Has to Ware. There's 1:54 left in the first. Burks kicks to Wiggins. 5 to shoot. The Heat need to get a shot off.
And how about the agility coming from the big man? I mean, that's not something we often see from him.
You know, it's never going to be, Greg, a 360 dunk when he goes up with it, but it will be 2 points. We do know that.
Well, he's obviously got the length there to make those kind of plays. Just needs to attack more, and that time he did.
And, Greg, we were talking Jaylen Brown making the 2023 All-NBA second team. That was big for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kevin, it made Jaylen eligible for the Supermax, signing for that 5-year extension in July of 23. At the time, the largest contract in NBA history.
And it's Wiggins missing. Boston's gotten just 2 of 6 to fall from three-point range so far in the first. Over in the corner, White. From outside the arc, good on the three-point shot. White's got his second basket of the game.
And that passing ability really helps separate Tatum from so many others because the defense has to focus on his ability to score.
Here's Porzingis with fast break chance. Pass to White. 50 seconds left in the first quarter. Screen by Porzingis. Brown the pass to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
You got to stay in front of Porzingis, especially when he rolls out of the pick and roll. Even though that's not a guarantee you're going to stop it.
Porzingis with the block. And up the court come the Celtics on the break. Tatum dishes to Brown. Outside Holiday. Porzingis feeling it out a bit. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And at his size, Porzingis needs to try to do that more often and take advantage of matchup problems.
And so he's able to get 1 of 2. The Heat trail by 8. Here's Jovic. That one's off, still out of sync. Brown with it. The kick out to Holiday. To the inside. Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Like tonight, all the hustle plays have meant so much to this team. Now just sustain some of that energy and keep...
And so it's Boston with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. And they've done a phenomenal job down low. So many of their points coming right at the rim. And we've got more on 2K Sports coming your way after this break. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Celtics.
Absolutely dialed in from beyond the arc so far in this one. The defense is surrendering the long-range shot here early on.
Well, they've really attacked off of the turnovers, so leaking out and capitalizing on fast break stuff.
Alec Burks is out there with Wiggins. Then it's Bam Adebayo. And it's Ware in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the group on the floor for Miami. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Well, there's plenty of scorers on the Celtics, but Jason Tatum says, I'm going to get my shots. It's just about trusting the process. From experience, I understand that I'm good enough that I can relax and defer a little bit. Then in the fourth, I can score 20 in the quarter. Kevin, it sounds like he's figured it all out.
Thank you so much. You know, he can take over at any time, and it's fun to watch. DA, we thank you for that. Over in the quarter, Porzingis. Tatum against Burks. Outside, White. Pass to Holiday. Wide open. Count that one. Holiday's got his first basket.
That's confident shooting there from Drew Holiday. Got his coaches and teammates saying, yes, take that one.
Wiggins kicks to Burks. Shoots over White. And Tatum pulls it down. Celtics leading by 13. Brown the pass to Holiday. Back to Brown. Now here's Tatum. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It's going to be on Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, nice job by Tatum inside. Very assertive. He's fantastic at putting the pressure on the D and consistently getting to the line.
Adebayo, that's a two-pointer. Again, Adebayo missing.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good look.
Really left alone that time. Holiday's got 5 points now this quarter. It feels like every season, Brent, we set a record for pace in the NBA. Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know, Kevin, if it's every team that's seeking pace, although in every coach's press conference you'll hear about them talking about playing faster and wanting to get out in transition. That's where you take advantage of defenses most. Look, if you got a young team, open up the floodgates and let them run. Probably more success coming your way.
Back to White, takes a three. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 3 assists now in this one.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Yeah, he's the guy that you want to go to right now, trying to put this one away.
Holiday dishes to White. Poked away. It's stolen by Adebayo. Lost contact on the shot, and now a 3-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
And every bit of the body control right there for Adebayo out there, going right through the contact.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. You know, Brent, when you wonder why GMs take a risk on project big men, Bam Adebayo is an example of why they do just that.
Yeah, Kevin, it's not always about the project working out. It's about teams that have a plan for the project, and certainly Miami was able to do that. You have to credit Bam. He put the work in. The guy has been solid. He's an all-star. He's continuing to improve, and he gives you everything on both ends of the floor every night. You love how eager Wiggins is to involve his teammates. That's a nice assist.
We've got 1:28 left in the first half. Here's Burks. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup.
Beautiful transition offense there. That's execution at its best.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. The shot that time, not on target. And it's Wiggins with the ball for the Miami Heat. 15-point game. Good on the triple.
Love it when Wiggins plays with this kind of confidence, especially off of the dribble where he can get dangerous.
Pass to Holiday. It's stolen by Adebayo. And now Adebayo pushing it up. No one back to stop him.
And that's how you do it. Impressive play, explosive finish.
Yeah, sweet finishes like that. You see everybody get up. Look at the guys on the bench. They're fired up.
And here's Holiday. Double team on Holiday. 6 to shoot. The kick out to Tatum. The Celtics need to get a shot off. Offensive rebound. It's Brown on the wing. Back to White. The kick out to Tatum. With one on the clock. Oh, man.
He's going to put that one in his scrapbook. Insane dunk.
And now they're starting to rub it in. Build up a lead, and here we go, baby. It is showtime. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot two. It's going to be on Bam Adebayo.
No question, he got bumped on that shot.
On the night, he's gone 2 for 2 at the stripe. And so Tatum nails them both. Gets it off. And so it's the Boston Celtics with a 14-point lead as we bring the quarter to a close. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. And it's been a clinic out there by Kristaps Porzingis.
Really impressed with the shot selection through the first half. Just taking what he can get from the defense.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the first half and wondering, did he take a low percentage shot? Everything efficient.
Starting off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. And it's Holiday in at the 1 spot. Brown dishes to Holiday. Back to Brown. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time. Brown's got 10 points in the game.
It's so smooth when Brown is feeling it from deep. No hesitation.
Pass to Jovic. Fires from the wing. Rebound Boston. And about a minute of action so far in the third quarter. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, we all know about what Heat culture means. Bam Adebayo says we share the ball, play together, and we know where the shots are going to come from. We're just blessed to have a team like this. Everybody buys in, everybody competes, and everybody wants to get the job done. Kevin, back to you.
They've got great chemistry. Thanks, David.
And don't forget about Drew Holiday. He's got some ups, more than capable of getting up there to the rim.
Boston leading by 21. Over in the corner, Brown. And it's off from three-point range. Heat have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. And it's Wiggins missing.
I know it's about defending the post and the three-point line these days, but still got to be active in the mid-range area, and the defense gets away with one there.
And Holiday kicks to Brown. Holiday left side. Brown finds White. Shot clock at 5. Tatum's shot is off. Miami's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory.
Not a way to get out of a funk. He needs to be looking for good, solid, more efficient shots, not the wild one he took there.
Count that bucket.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
They get it back. Pass to Jovic. No one near Adebayo as he lets it go. Again, the miss by the Heat. Here's the Celtics with the ball, stringing it together. They've got an 11-2 run going.
And guys, really no surprise to see Brown flourishing on offense. He is just fearless on that end.
Up top, Adebayo, guarded by Tatum. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
And you know what? Very close to a three-point play right there.
Miami shooting their second and third shots at the line right here.
And typically a strength of theirs, 79% on the season.
Celtics leading by 23. It's Brown with the drive. That's tipped, and he's able to get it back. The shot by Holiday. Nobody around. Drills the three-pointer. Holiday's got 10 points.
Boy, does that help. When Drew Holiday's connecting from the three-point line, it opens up so much of the floor.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Tatum draws the double. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. He'll have a jump ball. Burks against White. Here's Porzingis. Good for another bucket. He's made half a dozen now, 6 for 8 on the night.
Yeah, almost impossible to stop down low at 7-3. Porzingis over the top.
And it's Wiggins missing.
And there hasn't been anything easy for him in this period.
No, I haven't seen him in comfortable spots, or at least spots we've seen in this offensive set that are allowing him to settle in.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Especially if you're a player that doesn't get a lot of shot attempts. But otherwise, the mindset is, I just got to get the next one to go. And you don't want to put that much pressure on yourself.
Miami's gotten off to a very slow start from three-point range in the second half. They're 0 for 4.
And the coaching staff continues to impress upon Bam to keep exploring all of his offensive talents, his confidence sky high.
So the Celtics call timeout. They're first. Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Porzingis.
Luke Cornett.
Boston's gone into the three-point range 4 times since halftime and buried 2 of them. The kick out to Holiday. Brown wide open. He fires. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 5 assists in the game. Here's Wiggins. He sticks that one in from 20 feet away. Wiggins has got 9.
Wiggins just has to stay aggressive, a guy who can score from anywhere.
Austin's gone 3 of 5 with the long ball since entering the second half.
Great energy on the deflection and a good job disrupting their offense.
Yeah, appreciate the work right now on the defensive end.
So Boston ends up going with a new group. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Craig. Launches it. Rebound by the Heat. Adebayo's got 4 rebounds in this game. Burks can't get it to go. Here's Hauser. He's guarded by Adebayo. And the basket by Hauser.
That's the kind of passing right there that makes a difference. Not just in that possession, but maybe on your play for the entire game.
Jaylen Brown has been leading the charge for the Celtics. He got into double digits for the quarter with And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first three quarters. Here's Wiggins. They've got Adebayo. Wiggins is out there with Alec Burks. And it's Jovic in at the small forward. That's the group on the floor for Miami.
Well, Wiggins is a good mid-range shooter. When he's in a rhythm, faced up like that, he'll take it.
To the paint. Here's Cornette. And it's blocked. And here's Adebayo outside. 6 for 10 with that shot going in. That's a good game for a lot of guys.
He's going to punish you if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open three when he's got it.
Cornette can't get it to go.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Burks. He can't hit that time. Celtics leading by 23. And finished off by Craig.
Oh, fellas, that was vicious. Two-hand monster slam.
Guys, I don't think there was anyone who could have stopped him on that one. And Jovic gets it to go.
And Wiggins is a capable passer, someone that wants to hit a guy in the right spot.
Nice ball movement by Boston. Pass to Craig. No good with the triple.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Burks' shot is good.
Pure determination here, guys. A fourth quarter run that has them looking better and better as we get ready for the stretch run.
Hauser the pass to Cornette. And Ware pulls it down. Ware's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. Here's Adebayo. Kept alive. Here's Wiggins. Can't cash in from close range. The Celtics have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. Again, the miss by the Celtics. The Heat trail by 20. And there's the drive. Count it.
And all of a sudden, things finally coming together for them. The deficit still large, but now not insurmountable.
Well, the run simply has given them a chance. Great work on both ends. They've got to now ratchet up a notch.
Jovic, no good. Celtics leading by 18. Craig kicks to Cornette. Lets it go from deep. Trains the three-pointer.
He's just stretching him out. The defense has got to do a better job of staying attached to him.
I'm not sure what the defense collectively was thinking there. You got to know where he is at all times.
And that's out of bounds. Boston will retain possession.
Celtics ball.
And it's Miami with the rebound. Jovic has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Works for 3. To the middle. Kicks it out to Wiggins. That's in, coming off an assist from Adebayo. Adebayo's got 3 assists now in this one.
So many things that Adebayo does as a big man, but it's that passing skill that really separates him.
They grab their own miss. And it's Wiggins missing. Boston leading by 18. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've got about 3.5 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Inside, here's Pritchard. It's hauled in by Bam Adebayo. Adebayo's got 6 rebounds here tonight.
And guys, what we saw here tonight is one side having everything going for them. Huge margin of victory for the Celtics.
This was a very efficient offense tonight.
And they found a way to get their shots to go down. A little luck didn't hurt. A lot of their 50-50 shots fell their way.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Porzingis.
Well, a consistent intensity is what he brought to the floor here. He hit the glass hard, and he came up with a ton of rebounds.
And it's out of bounds. The Heat able to retain possession here. So Boston ends up going with a new group. And a wide open look here for Wiggins. Hits it from 3-point range.
Getting Wiggins something in the catch and shoot, which is good offense and keeps him in a good rhythm.
they're in good position here to ride it out.
Certainly, if they just play smart, this game's over.
The three from Tatum. And Ware pulls it down. Miami with the ball. They've only given up 5 points here in the fourth quarter. Tatum drives in. It's blocked.
And I think they realize any hope of a comeback is gone.
Well, realistic at this stage of the game, they're going to lose this one, but will they take something from the loss?
Shot and game clock separated by 5. The kick out to Brown. Outside Holiday. Tatum with it, and Burks picks him up defensively. Down low. Here's Brown. Uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Celtics lead by 13.
Few better athletes in the league than Jaylen Brown, and he stays in attack mode.
And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. All right, DA, thanks again. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Brett Baer.
It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Brown in at the 3. Now here's Towns, and it's going to be a 3-second call. Holiday finds Tatum. Porzingis with a screen on Towns. Let's go with a 3. And it's Tatum missing. Brown against Bridges. Inside. And it's powered home by Towns.
Yeah, strong flush from Towns. I like whenever he plays with an edge inside.
And when you talk about the Boston Celtics last year, they were historically good, Richard.
Yeah, they had the 4th best net rating ever in the history of the game. That's Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, the MJ Bulls. Shattered the NBA record for offensive rating at 123.1. They were unreal.
And it's good. 2 points.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Pass to Holiday. They kick it out to Porzingis. Tatum passes to Holiday. 6 to shoot. White on the wing. Got a piece of it.
Got to be careful shooting with Bridges roaming nearby because he's good at coming up with rejections.
To the paint. And stolen by Porzingis. White with it. And Bridges picks him up defensively. White against Bridges. Tatum a screen on Bridges. White the pass to Tatum. The kick out to White. Holiday from long range drains the triple.
With balance and good rhythm, Holiday serves as an effective catch-and-shoot player.
Towns a screen on Holiday. Towns outside. And they waste no time getting those 3 points back. Towns has got 5 now.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Brunson on the drive. Tatum with a steal. Right side White. 3-pointer. And it's New York with a rebound.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Among the best in the NBA for a few years now, Jason Tatum. RJ, he's still quite young. How can he get even better?
Oh, he can just get wiser and wiser, and that's what happens with young players. They get to a physical level where they can dominate, but where they get better is mentally. They get mentally stronger as they get into these experiences more.
Pass to White. 3-pointer. Towns with a rebound. New York leading by 3. Here's Bridges. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Yeah, relentless worker. Bridges, so tough inside.
And Allie LaForce spoke with Tom Thibodeau. Allie.
Their team's biggest concern tonight, the scoring of Jaylen Brown. Coach commenting, quote, Brown has become an elite scorer in this league. Jaylen can have huge nights. We know he's going to score, but we have to limit his easy looks, especially early. Something to watch, B.A.
As always, Allie, we thank you. And they've been producing at a high level.
No question. They're in a nice rhythm offensively.
And Anunoby gets it to go.
And adding to this lead right now, riding a wave of momentum.
Yeah, they've locked in during this stretch. If they keep it up, their lead will only continue to grow.
Now here's Holiday to halt the run. Towns with a rebound.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Celtics trail by 8. They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by. I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
Boston shooting their first free throws of the game.
Standing at 7-3. We have never seen a player quite like Kristaps Porzingis. A fantastic shooter, a solid ball handler. What a talent.
It's always nice to see a big fella be able to knock down some free throws and make teams pay from the line.
Now here's Brunson. No made baskets yet. Towns outside. Anunoby passes to Bridges. Towns looking for an opening. Anunoby for 3. That shot missing. And so it's New York with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. They've had incredible... Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for New York.
The ball movement has been outstanding so far. They've come out of the gate looking for that extra pass.
Another area they've excelled in is the points in the paint. They've been able to gouge the interior defense so far in this one.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. Holiday finds White. There's the 3. Here's Porzingis. Oh, Porzingis getting it done inside.
I love whenever Porzingis hits the offensive boards. He has the height needed to hurt defenses in this regard.
Robinson, a screen on Holiday. Brunson passes to Robinson. Back to Brunson. Outside Anunoby. Towns against Tatum. Outside Anunoby. For 3, Bridges. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. Celtics trail by 4. Holiday passes to Tatum. Offline with a 3. Now the Knicks with it. You look at his college days and his rookie year, Tatum has always been on a winning team, Richard.
B.A., I think it starts with his approach. There's always been an air of professionalism when it comes to Tatum. He's just a young player that is focused only on winning.
White, the pass to Tatum, tipped away. Oh, it's stolen by Towns. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Takes a 3, connects from downtown. Towns has got 10 points.
Oh, the big man is smooth from range. Have to put a man on Towns, that's for sure.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Robinson, a screen on Holiday, down low. And a big finish by Robinson.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Releases. Another one falls for Boston.
This guy's just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
And stolen by Porzingis. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second team foul.
Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. White on the wing. He's guarded by Bridges. Porzingis surveying the floor. Back to White. Down to 5 on the shot clock. No good on the 3.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
Anunoby passes to Brunson. Towns, a screen on Brown. Towns outside. Jacks up a 3. Gets rebounded by Jaylen Brown. And Tatum's got the ball here for the Celtics. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter. For 3, Porzingis. Oh, KP with the 3. All right, Grant, give it to us straight here. What's the deal with star treatment in the NBA, you think?
Star treatment? What is that, B.A.? No, I think some players have a reputation which might help them on 50-50 calls. And you could argue that some players have a reputation that hinders them on the 50-50 calls. So it really just all depends. Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Brown misses the layup. New York has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Off his foot. It's being called a kicked ball. Bridges passes to Towns.
And you want more of this from Tatum, able to make an impact on defense with this kind of activity.
Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball. Now here's Brunson. No points so far. Towns outside. Robinson, a screen on Tatum. Towns for 3. Offensive board. And a big finish by Robinson.
And when the game is this close, you have to go all out.
He certainly understands his role, huh? When the shot goes up, just crashes the offensive glass.
He's just giving them everything he has. It's why his teammates appreciate and enjoy playing with him.
Bridges finds Towns. Robinson, a screen on Porzingis. Robinson with it. Towns outside. Just 5 to shoot. Anunoby, a screen on White. Here's Towns. And he drops in the layup off the glass. And now a 6-point New York lead.
And it's always great to see Towns in the zone, bringing a ton of energy to his offensive game.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. The kick to Tatum. Brown scanning the floor. Here's White. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
Great job ending the quarter.
Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, in the first half, he taught a class on how to make your teammates look good.
What stuck out to me was how easily he read the defense and found those cracks for his guys to exploit.
OG Anunoby out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the point. That's Tom Thibodeau's 5 as we get going in the second half. Nails it from beyond the arc.
Yeah, just a solid passer. Towns relishes his role as leader of this team, wanting to set up his teammates.
Brunson against Holiday. To the middle. Oh, look out! Porzingis!
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
And when Porzingis can be a third option on a team, he is deadly and efficient, RJ.
We've always seen Porzingis as the guy or as a second option. But when he has elite teammates around him, he really flourishes. That is not a bad decision to pull it from there. It was just a little bit off with the execution.
And stolen by Brunson. And now the Knicks on the break. Here's Towns. And Towns slams it home.
And that's a powerful man right there. Towns is never going to pass up a chance to finish with authority.
Here's Tatum. Ooh, Robinson with a block. Here we go, one-on-one. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Just over 1.5 minutes have passed in the third quarter. Bridges passes to Brunson. Now Towns. 6 on the shot clock. Knocks it loose. And stolen by Holiday. Here's Tatum. They kick it out to Porzingis. Pass to Tatum. Another shot. Oh, Robinson with a block. And they're able to recover. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Next ball.
Brunson against Brown. And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up. Well, I don't think anyone predicted that Jalen Brunson would become the player he is today, Grant.
Yeah, that's for sure, B.A. Or he definitely wouldn't have been a second-round pick. He's a hard worker, a competitor, and an elite offensive player.
Here's Towns. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
And yeah, this is what you like to see from Towns, using his size and strength to make things happen.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw.
He could not find the mark from the free throw line in their last game.
Pass to Tatum. Looking to win the run. Oh, look at Tatum going to work inside.
Look, this dude is well built, man. He's a specimen. He's 6'8". Look, he's going to score inside if he gets that close.
Brunson passes to Towns. Now here's Bridges. Here's Towns, hounded by Tatum. 6 to shoot. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. Oh, he touched it while it was over the cylinder. That's offensive basket interference. Celtics trail by 10. Outside White. It's Brown on the wing. White on the wing. He's guarded by Bridges. Porzingis. And give him another one. He's 6 of 8 and looking solid.
On the offensive end, Porzingis has been so dialed in, making the most of every scoring opportunity he gets.
Brunson passes to Robinson. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Robinson's got 8 points.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
We hear players proclaiming their love for the game, but former sharpshooter J.J. Redick said there's a distinction between loving the competition itself and loving the game and everything that goes into that. Guys say, I just want to play. Well, do you want to do all of the necessary things that lead up to that? Hey, Brian, 15 NBA seasons for Redick. He'd know.
He certainly would. Thanks, Allie. Porzingis passes to Brown. And here's Tatum. Back to Brown. Pass to Holiday. Lets it go from deep. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got his 6th rebound on the night. Now Bridges, defended by Brown. Towns is screen on White. To the right side. Towns has got room. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Tatum's got his 5th rebound in this one. It's Brown on the wing. Bullseye! Jalen Brown!
He can do a lot with the ball, but Brown is just as good playing off the ball. He's always ready to catch and fire.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Holiday against Brunson. Pass to Towns. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. And this is his 2nd and 3rd free throws tonight. And that one falls for Towns. And some changes here for the Celtics. And so Towns nails them both. Here's Hauser. Here's Craig. And so it's New York, closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
You've got to admire the vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
And And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first three quarters. And a look at the five for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. We've got Al Horford, Torrey Craig out there with Peyton Pritchard, and it's Shireman in at the 2 guard.
Love how selfless he is setting brick screens like this. Plays like that right there are what help create easy scoring opportunities.
So Boston ends up going with a new group. Basket's good.
Check out Porzingis' energy. He's just relentless on both ends of the court.
Here's Brunson. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, BA.
Hey, a little exclamation point. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Towns against White. They get it again. Celtics trail by 13. Tatum passes to White. Here's Holiday. Pass to Porzingis. Deflected. Now Robinson. Bridges finds Towns. Robinson, a screen on Tatum. Gets a hand on it. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. Towns has got 21 points in the game. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for New York.
All you have to do is look at one stat, and that is their block numbers. It tells you how tight their D has been. They've been going out of their way to smother the defense.
And then we also can't ignore how relentless they've been on defense, flustering the opponent and generating a lot of steals.
Oh, and Towns with the block. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Porzingis. New York leading by 15. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth now. Pass to Bridges from behind the arc. They get the rebound. And it's powered home by Towns.
I mean, I'll tell you, Towns is so dangerous on the offensive glass.
And Holiday, here we go. Can't cash it in from close range. The Knicks have got 4 of 8 shots to drop here in this final quarter. Bridges misses. Celtics trail by 17. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
And now the Knicks on the break. Tatum with a steal. Now the Celtics on the move. White with it, and it's Anunoby picking him up. Here's Tatum. Shot from the low post is good.
The assist, Derek White.
And here's Brunson. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It's on Drew Holiday.
And you have to avoid getting too physical with Brunson because he'll get these calls.
And the second free throw is good. Fourth quarter keeps moving along. 3 minutes gone by now. Outside Holiday.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Over Brunson. And all around the rim that time before dropping.
I mean, you watch Holiday play this game. He just explodes off the screens. Very good in pick and roll.
Got a good look there, but just not able to hit from the mid-range.
Pass to Tatum. Oh, it's blocked by Towns. Anunoby against Brown. Outside Anunoby. Robinson, a screen on Brown. Poke loose. White with the steal. Now the Celtics on the move. Launches a 3. Here's Porzingis. Towns with a rebound. They can take their time if they want.
Yes, you have to regroup. Make sure you get a good shot.
Brunson against Holiday. New York again can't hit.
Yeah, you have to knock those down. Open shots inside the arc are rare in this league. Barring a miracle comeback, this one is wrapped up. They were able to control the tempo and flow of the game, and it will end in a victory for the Knicks.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And what a huge performance it was for Karl Anthony Towns.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple in this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking him down.
Tatum a screen on Bridges. White drives in. And some solid defense from Towns. Brunson with it. And so New York takes this one by a big margin. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
Get ready, everyone, for Tuesday afternoon NBA action on 2K Sport. What a matchup we have here in the front court break.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Gobert is out there with Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point. Prince wide open. A three-pointer off the mark. Prince against Edwards. Misses the three. And it's Kuzma with the ball for the Bucks. There's the three. And Prince is good for three.
Just the first good move in a game of chess between these two coaches.
Yeah, now we get to see the counterplay. How you respond is half the battle out there.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Now Edwards following the three-point attempt by Giannis. Gobert against Prince. Shot clock at 6. And finished off by McDaniel.
Yeah, just a simple one-hand flush.
I think he got a few more inches on his vertical by going with the spike. Hey, Coach, what about Naz Reid after going undrafted back in 2019? He is really showing him, isn't he?
Well, Kevin, what a story. Uncommon skill level for a player of his size. He can shoot the ball. He can handle the ball. He's got a lot in his arsenal.
Now, McDaniels, after Anthony Edwards missed from long range.
And that pick takes the D totally out of the equation.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look from that.
Out to Kuzma. Back to Giannis. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. And that one's good. Lillard.
A downright lethal three-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Edwards, that's good.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
Now, here's Antetokounmpo. Puts up a three. Rudy Gobert with the rebound.
Well, the defense catches a break there. You expect him to make those.
Here's McDaniels. The shot is good. And so is his shooting tonight. 3 for 4.
Well, you can see that Edwards isn't trying to do it all on his own. He's also looking for shots for others out there.
Kuzma finds Antetokounmpo. His three-pointers off the mark.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Yeah, they might want to draw something up here to get him something at the rim or get him to the free throw line. Sometimes that's all it takes to snap a cold streak.
And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. And the technical free throw is good. And the defense of the Timberwolves stand as good as it gets.
Well, Kevin, they can compete with anyone when it comes to size, not just up front, but on the wings. They're long and athletic, but it all comes down to execution, and they get it done.
Here's DiVincenzo, following the basket by Brook Lopez. Good on the bucket.
Great touch there. It's just so tough to defend a floater like that.
And some changes here for the Bucks. Sims is checked in, and Trent subbed in for Kyle Kuzma. The Timberwolves also changing it up. Garza's checked in, and Randall subbed in for McDaniels. Now here's Porter. Outside Portis. Good, and a nice assist from Porter.
And how about Porter Jr.'s court awareness? Excellent job finding the open man with the pass.
Pulls it up. Edwards can't hit.
and he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face. You're not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Smith checked in for the Bucks. It's Portis, high post. Back to Lillard. Outside Porter. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Portis kicks to Porter to the wing right side. Lillard, the pass to Portis. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there. Timberwolves leading by 3. Edwards with it. Now guarded by Porter.
Well, they know he can finish at the rim, but the defense did just enough to force the miss.
And finished off by Porter.
Serious hops from Porter on that one, slamming it down with authority.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Trent with the wide open look. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. The 3 buries the long-range jumper. Edwards got a couple of threes now in the first for the Timberwolves.
And look, Edwards has a lethal pull-up game. It's one of the things that makes him so difficult to guard.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Timberwolves. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. Right back after this break. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Well, their game plan has been very effective so far. They're working the ball inside, putting constant pressure on defense.
And something else that's working for them is ball movement. A lot of their points so far have come as a result of smart plays.
So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Gary Trent is out there with Porter. And it's Green in at the 3 spot. And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. That shot is no good. And he's 1 for 3 from the floor. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. Rudy Gobert continues to embrace the challenge of elite rim protection. He said competition is what it's about. Sometimes I'm going to get dunked on, and sometimes I'll get the block. But I'm not going to stop coming and doing what I do. I'll be there every time. Kevin?
David, just like you. Thanks so much. You know, Coach, what more can you ask? The reigning 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert.
Well, Kevin, since you asked, his impact in the playoffs hasn't always been the same as during the regular season. That's got to be the next step.
And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
Nailed from three-point land.
Well, when Edwards gets this hot, all an opponent can hope to do is limit the damage.
Will it go? Antetokounmpo, no good.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there. And don't look now, but they're starting to extend this lead.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
Lillard finds Giannis. Fires from deep. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Pass to DiVincenzo. And again, Minnesota with the triple.
And if you look at this first half, overall, they've just had the better shot selection.
Yeah, they've done a better job executing offensively, moving the ball and creating high-percentage looks.
Garza. Pass to DiVincenzo. Stolen by Prince. It's Kuzma penetrating. And Kuzma slams it in.
and powering it home. He ends a 12-0 run by the Timberwolves.
Here's Edwards, and the rejection by Antetokounmpo.
And Antetokounmpo's size, no doubt a huge factor, a master at getting up to block shots.
Bucks trail by 11 to the inside. Out of bounds, Minnesota takes possession. And the Wards now have a minimum amount of games needed to qualify. An interesting twist in this whole story.
Yeah, and it seems logical because of the uproar from the fans and the media that they implement this. And how can you be that impactful in reality, though, if you only play half the year?
Portis is checked in for the Bucks. Here's Garza. Over to the left wing. Randall dishes to Edwards. And another shot. They had a number of cracks at it, but came away empty-handed. Milwaukee's gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. Lillard with no one around. And a miss there on the triple. Timberwolves leading by 11. Oh, what a physical score from Edwards.
Well, Edwards is such a strong player. Skilled at absorbing contact and still finishing.
Lopez right side. Tries from the block. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. The Bucks shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight. And the first one at the line is good.
And for a 7-footer, Brook Lopez is pretty versatile. You get all the defensive impact you'd expect, but he can also consistently score on all 3 levels.
Daniels is checked in for Randall. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touched by Prince. .54 seconds left in the first half of the game. Edwards, good.
Guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
And a great look. Lillard always looking for teammates. Doesn't have tunnel vision.
Kuzma kicks to Portis. 30 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. McDaniels passes to Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Well, everything about Edwards' drive makes it dangerous. His speed, his agility, and his lack of fear.
Here's Portis. Kicks it out to Lillard. To the middle. Right side, Portis. Back to Lopez. And it goes down 2 points. Lopez has got 5 now.
And bullseye with that assist. Nice delivery there in traffic.
Here's McDaniels. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And so that's the end of the first half. Minnesota on top. They finish off the second quarter with an energy burst. A 19-7 run. It's time now to go courtside. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
Well, I just love his fearlessness so far. He's charging inside like no one can stop him.
And on the floor for Chris Finch as we get into the second half. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniels. And it's Rudy Gobert. Then there's Dante DiVincenzo. And it's Garza in at the center, filling out the middle.
I think what makes Giannis special is how uncomplicated he is. The man is just an incredible, pure athlete who simply loves the game of basketball. That's all there is to it. And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Knocked loose and out of bounds as the Timberwolves gain possession. Here's DiVincenzo. 6 points for him.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds at different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
Wow, this is how explosive Edwards can be. He finishes with such force at the rim.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Powers through inside. Giannis.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy out there. The game comes naturally to him.
Edwards against Prince. Edwards inside. Here's Gobert. And the rejection by Giannis. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here. Gobert dishes to Edwards. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Edwards got 5 points now this quarter.
Well, I'd say any play with Edwards on the finishing end has a good chance of succeeding.
Antetokounmpo unable to get that one. Gobert with the defensive effort. And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
We see coaches stand willing to pay fines for complaining about the officiating. I'm having a hard time thinking if you ever did that. I'm going back in my Rolodex here. Did you? Did you ever do that, Coach?
I mean, Kevin, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines in the NBA. Yeah, my wife was not real happy about that at one point, reminding me early on that we had 4 kids we were going to try to put through college, and she told me one year I just gave away 2 college educations.
Oh, goodness. Left side, Edwards. And he comes up with the deuce. Edwards got 33 points.
Edwards plays with such ferocity.
Here's Lopez on the dunk by Lopez.
Yeah, this is when they need to lean on him more. Get him the ball and let him build some momentum.
2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. It goes on Taurean Prince. He's had 4 chances at the line, made them all.
And talented in so many ways. Edwards is focusing on 2 things: the refining of his shot mechanics and the sustained level of engagement.
Prince checked in for Kyle Kuzma.
That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead him to the score.
Pass to McDaniels, and stolen by Prince. And here we go, the fast break with Giannis. And Antetokounmpo with the jam.
And big men aren't supposed to move that well in the open floor. That's a big reason Giannis earned the name, the Freak.
This is his 3rd trip to the free throw line.
And guys, you might remember that he was not at his best from the foul line in their last outing. Love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
Here's Giannis. Gobert with the defensive effort. And so Edwards will bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead. And again, Minnesota will turn it over. And the Bucks making a change here. Bucks trail by 20. We've gone about 3.5 minutes into the 3rd now. Kicks it out to Prince. And the Bucks miss again.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Pass to McDaniels. Makes the bucket. Now he's got 5 field goals, 5 for 8 in the game.
Well, you can see why he's a go-to guy for them. They trust in his ability to shoulder the offensive load.
Lillard looking around. Back to Trent. Now Prince. Lillard finds Prince. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Trent. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
Well, if you have the space, you have to take that shot. He missed it, but he's trying to keep the defense honest.
And they're getting points, they're getting stops, and this is how they'd like to play all the time.
Great example of how to build a lead and then sustain it. You win games on both ends of the floor.
Green, he's checked in for the Bucks. Kevin Porter comes in for Prince. Trent setting the peg for Green. To the paint. He's looking for Trent and finds him. Comes up empty down low. Here's Garza. Hasn't made one yet. Gobert, the pass to McDaniels. From down in the low post, it goes.
It's impressive, the level of domination at both ends, and you're seeing the results.
Yeah, and to do it on the road, it shows how well.
And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves. Ahead by 26 points as we get ready for the break. Their defense has been terrific in this game. And don't go away. We'll be right back. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Now that is an elite level dig. What a great basket.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. That is a great finish!
Oh my gosh. Well, just look at that power. Edwards is unbelievable.
The shot by Antetokounmpo. Nobody around. Offline with his three. Minnesota's gotten off 12 shots from beyond the arc tonight, hitting 7 of them. Here's Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Back to Edwards. No good on that one. Good work defensively by Trent. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Can't connect from short range. Timberwolves have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. Edwards, no good. Bucks have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. And the Bucks miss again.
Well, it's just not been his night. He's finding good looks, but they're just not falling.
Off target with the fadeaway.
Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
Green, the pass to Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo slams it in.
Making it look simple. The athleticism of Giannis on full display.
Edwards drives in. Great D that time from Portis. The Bucks shooting has been a little ragged, just 38% from the field. And here is Trent outside. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And there aren't many players more reliable from three-point range than he is, especially when the D's playing off him like that.
Three-pointer. And again, Milwaukee with the triple.
And looking a lot better now, but still a long way to go to get back into this one.
Yeah, it'll take time. They need to keep stringing together positive possessions. And defensively, they need stops.
And how about just floating to the rim on that slam?
Boy, when he gets up, he gets up. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Brook Lopez is checked in for Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Gary Trent. And it's Damian Lillard in for Porter. Inside, here's Lopez. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
Whatever drawbacks Lopez may have, scoring in the post isn't one of them. He is a nightmare for opposing defenses to deal with down low.
This league, Stan, is so deep with talent. Are there any players who you think get overlooked in the conversation?
That's a great question, Kevin. There are some guys who I think get underrated because they play with other guys who are so talented and draw the attention. One guy that I have really seen lately that I think has been better than people think is Grayson Allen. the best three-point shooter or one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA and a very underrated defender.
And he's evolving, isn't he? Looks like he's working on other parts of his game, but he's always been able to shoot, which has been his calling card.
And he's a much more athletic guy than people give him credit for.
Reed, he's checked in for Minnesota. And let's take a moment, guys, to get your take on the scoring so far for the Timberwolves.
Well, they've really been sharing the basketball. All coaches talk about that, try to get their teams to do it. It's really great when you see it in action.
And something else that stands out is how efficient they've been from the mid-range, making the most of their opportunities.
Back to Prince. Bucks passing it around. And to Tacumbo. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
And when you're trying to cut into a lead, you can ill afford mistakes like that.
Yeah, that's just a lack of focus. Plays like that can really frustrate a coaching staff.
Edwards kicks to McDaniels. And the 3-ball is good. McDaniels got 9 points now in just the second half.
And this is what they wanted. I mean, to announce their presence in this matchup with authority, very decisive. It can definitely be considered a statement win for the Timberwolves.
Their hard work on the glass paid off.
I tell you what, they're both excellent rebounding teams, and it was a tough battle underneath all game. And I think ultimately that earned the W.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Anthony Edwards.
Well, we saw some exceptional passes from him tonight. His vision did a lot to elevate their offense.
Pass to Gobert. This one for 3. Rebounded by the Bucks. And here's the fast break. Giannis leading the way.
Anthony Edwards. First personal foul. 14 foul.
That's good from Antetokounmpo.
Anthony Edwards. First personal foul. 14 foul.
So he picks up just 1 from the line that time. And we know Kuzma's always been a terrific scorer, but Greg, he's developed as a passer over time.
And Kevin, early in his career, Kuzma wasn't called on to be a leader, but he's grown into that role, and he puts effort into orchestrating for his teammates.
No problems knocking that one down. So it's Minnesota winning this one easily. They came in here and took care of business like they were the home team.
And Kevin, how about the mental toughness that this group...
All right, David, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. We're still...
The Bucks are always hyped to play in front of their home crowd. And tonight, happy to have you with us for... Well, Grant, what should we expect in a veteran-heavy matchup like this?
You know, B.A., it typically means we'll get a clean game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
And now the Los Angeles starters. Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. James Harden out there with Bogdan Bogdanovic. And it's Zubats in at the 5, down low. Now here's Harden. Shot clock at 6. Leonard for 3. Sends it home from three-point land.
Boy, laser focus from Kawhi Leonard. He no sooner touches it than that ball is off to the rim.
For 3, here's Lillard. Pure from three-point range.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Bogdanovic against Lopez. Pass to Lillard. And here is Kuzma. Off target with the 3. Well, Doris, you won't find too many players that can provide the instant spark that Powell does.
Brian, you know that expression, know your role and star in your role. Norman Powell knows my job is to come in and give my team a boost. And this guy comes in thinking score and change the game, and he does just that.
Lillard with the bucket.
And this is exactly why you got to be up on Lillard, or he'll burn you off the catch.
Here's Harden. Out to Leonard. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. Over Bogdanovic. Pass to Lopez. Here's Lillard, defended by Harden. Antetokounmpo, right side, just 4 to shoot. Lillard finds Antetokounmpo. The ball's knocked loose. Oh, and the fast break for the Clippers. Leonard for 3. Yes, and a nice assist from Harden. Leonard's got 6.
Well, Kawhi Leonard pure from the corner. Nice delivery, Kawhi.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Kuzma. To the wing on the left. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Kuzma for 3. It's hauled in by the Clippers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You got to be a good team to reach that feat.
Now here's Lillard. He's got 6. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Out to Lillard from downtown. Second shot opportunity, and the bucket is good from Antetokounmpo in deep.
And just tremendous putback ability. Giannis with that length and agility, just unstoppable.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, the Clippers' talent level is unquestionable, but they can run hot and cold at times. Coach Ty Lue said taking care of the basketball, transition defense, offensive rebounds, and spacing. Those are the 4 things we have to consistently be good at every single night. Brian?
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about, Allie. And the Clippers making a change here. Jones is checked in. The shot by Lillard, no good.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BA. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
And they pick up 2. Antetokounmpo's got his 2nd basket of the game.
The long strides of Giannis help him get down the court fast. A lethal player in transition.
Second chance effort. He can't get that one to fall. Good work defensively by Lopez. The 3 from Prince. Gets the 3 ball to go.
It's hard to make your way in today's NBA without being a tremendous three-point shooter. Taurean Prince doing work from beyond the arc.
And the Clippers miss again.
I know he wants to answer the 3 that was just made on the other end, but he can't let that affect his judgment. He's got to find the best shot possible.
And there's a defensive 3-second call. And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Milwaukee.
Yeah, their early focus on outside scoring has paid off. They're finding plenty of points from three-point land.
And their assist total, also impressive early, creating with the pass and playing for teammates.
Bogdanovich has checked in for the Clippers. Now here's Portis. Out to Lillard from the arc. Oh, excellent D there from Harden. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Bogdanovich, that's good.
And this is why Bogdanovich is a vital cog in this offense. It's his ability to stretch the floor like that.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Here's Sims. Out to Lillard. Pass to Porter. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. Here's Sims. Misses off the right iron.
Well, defenses are content to give up the mid-range, right? It's not the high percentage restricted area or the three. You can see they're prepared to give up that shot. Outstanding pass, on time and on target.
That'll count. That one doesn't drop. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. The Bucks on top, leading by 1. Let's take a quick break, and then it's on to the... And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. All right, what stands out to you from Milwaukee in this one?
Well, you have to look at the advantage they have in the turnover department. I mean, that's a huge advantage for them in this game.
Offensively, they took care of the ball, and defensively, they forced a number of miscues.
And so in the game for the Clippers, Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. Bogdanovich is out there with James Harden, and it's Zubac in at the 5. On the wing, Harden. Harden with the slam.
Oh, my. James Harden with a statement right there.
Well, Doris, there's one thing for sure. When Kawhi Leonard is available, he's elite.
There's no question about it, Brian. And it's so difficult to watch a player who cares so deeply about the game as Kawhi does not have his body hold up. It's been unfortunate over the years to see the toll injuries have taken on his career. But boy, oh boy, clutch, skilled, competitive, tough, every attribute you could want.
Zubac passes to Harden. Just over a minute has passed here in the second quarter.
Lopez needs to hold down the fort on defense. An incredible wingspan to get that one.
The 3 from Prince. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Zubac has got 5 rebounds in the game. Harden can't hit. The Bucks have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. Pass to Lillard from deep. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Lillard's got 10.
Another lead change. Give these teams credit. They're really fighting it out.
Neither team willing to give an inch, and neither able to seize the momentum. This has been a fascinating one to watch.
Kuzma banked it in off the glass. Kuzma's got his first points in this one.
Kyle Kuzma doing things off the bounce right now. How about that drive, guys? Impressive.
Pass to Zubac. Left side, Harden. Lays it up and in on the nice reverse. Harden's got 4 points now in the quarter. Wow, 8 lead changes in the first half. Unbelievable.
Yeah, both sides digging in for what looks like a war.
And here's Lopez. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Oh, the strength of Giannis.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
Harden's shot is good. And so many screens today ride that line of moving or not. Doris, you think players get away with too much movement on picks?
I think, Brian, it definitely feels like there's a lot more gray area.
Oh! Giannis powers it down with force.
Beyond belief. I mean, such a creative talent. And I'm not surprised to see Giannis get flashy on the finish.
And give him another one. He's 6 of 8 and looking solid.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
To the inside. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Well, one aspect that makes Lopez dangerous, his size. At 7 foot, he doesn't have to go far to slam it home.
He was all alone on that one. 13 points in the game.
What a terrific play by just a tremendous all-around player. This guy makes it look easy.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Out to the wing. Pass to Prince. 5 on the clock. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's tipped.
How about Zubac? Works so hard on the defensive end. Nicely done.
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Obviously, everyone knows about the defense of Kawhi Leonard, but Grant, his shooting is overlooked.
Yeah, you know, he's at about 40% from 3 for his career. You combine that with his wing defense, you get a one-of-one player capable of carrying a team.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Portis is checked in. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. It's rebounded by Zubac. Zubac has got his 6th rebound on the night. Bogdanovich passes to Harden. The 3-ball. Prince grabs the miss. 2-for-1 opportunity if they can time it right.
Great way to end the quarter.
The 3 is up. And Harden is good for 3. Harden's got 12 now in this quarter.
Well, at this point, James Harden has put his imprint all over this basketball game, and the defense better find a way to figure him out soon.
He hears the whistle, and he keeps his concentration and is able to knock it down.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. The Clippers have gotten 7 of 12 shots to go here in the second. Here's Harden. Here he goes. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
It would be smart to hold for the final shot.
Well, that's great execution if you can do that, because it takes any chance at momentum away from your opponent.
Out of bounds. It'll be the Clippers' ball.
That looks like a lack of focus. You've got to question what he was trying to accomplish there.
Harden into the lane. Oh, rejected by Lillard. Kuzma for 3. What a play! He drains it at the buzzer!
Yeah, that's exactly how to end the half on a high note. Tacking 3 points onto this lead at the horn. The mood in each of those locker rooms will be very different.
Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for Milwaukee. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. And don't go far. We'll be right back. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. We are seeing an outstanding game from James Harden.
Yeah, he's kind of been the floor general for them tonight. A lot of assists for him.
I don't know that you necessarily think of him as someone who's going to create for others, but boy, all night he's been willing to make the extra pass.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at small forward. That's Doc Rivers 5 as we get into the second half. Doris, not long ago, the Clippers were not associated with star power.
It's very true, B.A., but they are now. And it's not just the talent that they have, it's the experience that their guys bring to the court. They now have a core of big-time players who've been through virtually everything in the league.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
We know Kawhi Leonard is a former Finals MVP. Jimmy Butler said, there are guys that are like, quote, I'm going to find the best way to win. In a 7-game series, I'm going to get the best of you in the end. Kawhi's definitely up there. Whatever he's got to do, he is going to find a way. And Brian, Butler would know a thing or two about that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you know that. No question about his abilities.
And you could see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
Milwaukee shooting their 3rd free throw shot of the game. And that one falls for Antetokounmpo. And Doris, the Clippers with new jerseys, a shiny new arena, and an ownership group that is very aggressive. They want some shit. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
First one falls for him. Doris, looking back at James Harden's time in Houston, what an incredible individual run he went on.
Come on, Brian. Finished in the top 3 in MVP voting 5 times with the Rockets. Came so close to getting to an NBA Finals. He's still beloved in the city of Houston.
Antetokounmpo looking it over. Lillard against Harden. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Antetokounmpo. Oh, hey! How about that?
B.A., I'm not sure he should be flaunting around the rim like that with this game so close.
Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good.
An absolute master at drawing contact. Defenders get nervous guarding James Harden. This is why.
He hits the second from the line. Third quarter here, over a minute and a half into it. Prince, the pass to Lopez. Antetokounmpo outside. Kuzma outside. Pass to Lopez. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Lillard with the ball. He's got 10. Well, there's the shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over.
Boy, not on the same page there, and in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
Harden from outside. Rebound, Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo outside. Pass to Lillard. Fires the 3. The rebound by Eubanks.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Harden, the pass to Eubanks. Back to Harden. Lets a floater go. That one goes. Count it. Harden's got 21.
I tell you what, James Harden has got the kind of frame that he can absorb contact and play right through it.
Inside. Bully ball in the paint from Giannis.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
Powell outside. Back to Harden. Count the basket and the foul. Damian Lillard picks one up.
This is one of the specialty shots in James's arsenal. This guy with the teardrop floater, good night.
Gary Trent Jr., he's checked in for Milwaukee. And so Trent will bring it up for the Bucks. Takes the 3. Harden misses. The Bucks trail. Lillard passes to Lopez. Here's Prince. We've got 1:48 left in the third quarter. Back to Lopez. And stolen by Leonard. To the paint. And Powell with the stuff.
Woohoo! The leaping ability of Norman Powell. Throw it down, sir.
The Bucks have gotten 3 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. The 3, here's Lillard. 3 ball from Lillard.
I'll tell you, you are playing with fire anytime you leave this guy open, and they just got burned.
On the wing, Harden, defended by Lillard. Harden scanning the floor. Eubanks the screen. Harden with it, and Lopez picks him up. 4 on the clock. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass. Wow. Here's Lillard. Leonard pulls down the board.
All alone from mid-range. They know he won't miss many of those.
Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one. Harden's got 11 points here in the second half.
This is the mark of a great scorer, the ability to not have any struggle making shots off the dribble. That is a hard thing to do, but James Harden makes it look easy.
A different look for Milwaukee. Smith, he's checked in for Lopez. Portis comes in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince. For three, here's Lillard. The rebound by Eubanks. Eubanks, he's got his 4th rebound in this one. Out of bounds, it'll go to the Bucks. And the Bucks making a change here. Livingston's checked in.
Number 7, Chris Livingston.
Off the inbound. There's contact, but Lillard slips through.
Inside, Lillard can deliver. He's a skilled finisher.
It's stolen by Trent. Harden against Lillard. Puts up a 3. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Harden drives in. Sweet little floater. Harden's got 13 points in this quarter.
Well, instead of forcing it all the way to the cup, he just goes with that little teardrop.
Knocks down the long J. And so it's Los Angeles with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. Looking to run whenever they... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Well, that's what a great pass will do, right? You love the unselfish play.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the 4th quarter could have more action in store for us. And on the floor for the Clippers here in the 4th. Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. Bogdanovic is out there with James Harden. And it's Eubanks in at the 5 spot. Eubanks. And he dunks it. What a pass to set him up.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Now here's Eubanks. Antetokounmpo covering. Outside Harden. There's the drive. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
The way James Harden varies his pace, it is really tough as a defensive player to get any kind of contest without drawing contact.
Harden hits them both.
You want to contest this guy's shot, but you absolutely don't want to send him to the line. He will make you pay.
Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. And the 3 off target. The Clippers lead by 10. 3-pointer, Harden. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lillard's got his 4th rebound in this one. Oh, Lillard, the one flying high.
Hey, get up, Dave. Mr. Lillard taking flight.
Harden against Antetokounmpo. Oh, stolen by Lillard. Antetokounmpo inside. The rebound by Eubanks. Eubanks, he's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's Powell. Yes, and a nice assist from Harden. Harden's got 6 assists in the game.
Wow, with contact in the restricted area, Norman Powell, pretty play.
And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. They get it back. Antetokounmpo, left side. The floater. The rebound by Bogdanovic.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
Harden, good.
James Harden's ability to finish with either hand, so crafty, understanding how to navigate around defenses when he's in the painted area.
Pass to Lopez. Here's Prince. On the wing, Kuzma. Antetokounmpo with it. 5 on the clock. To the left wing. Fires the 3. Lillard can't get it to go.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
The 3 is up. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 6 rebounds here tonight. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket is good, and he'll go to the line.
defense puts good pressure on Giannis inside, but he just refuses to back off and gets it to go.
And the free throw, no good. Here's Harden. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. For three, here's Lillard. The rebound by Eubanks.
If you want to cut into a lead, you have got to trust your teammates and move the ball.
And then Harden with the jam.
Well, with that frame and that power, James Harden leaves no doubt.
The kick out to Kuzma. Fires the three. Rebounded by James Harden. Los Angeles leading by 12. A look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the fourth. And so Prince will bring it up for the Bucks. Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, and Giannis hammers it in.
The incomparable length. I mean, Giannis with those big strides and the reach to finish against anyone. That's going up against a defense that knows your tendencies.
Kuzma outside. Pass to Lillard. It's Prince on the wing. It's blocked.
Nothing left to do but to watch the clock tick towards zero. Nice victory here for the Clippers.
It was stop and go for them along the way, but they finally seized full control of this game.
BA, the scoreboard definitely doesn't tell the whole story. They were able to pull things together when things got tough, and of course, they closed strong.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for James Harden.
You look forward to playing with someone who doesn't just move the ball, but moves it with a purpose.
Eubanks, the pass to Harden. Hits a three-pointer. Harden's got 41.
And they knew it wasn't going to be easy to win on the road, but they've controlled the pace on this one.
And sometimes when everyone's rooting against you, it seems to bring the unit closer together. It certainly did tonight.
Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Pass to Lillard. Back to Antetokounmpo. Powell pulls it in. Beyond the arc. The shot, no good. So it's the Clippers winning this one easily. Exceptional effort on the road. All right, Allie, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill.
And in the locker room, each guy has been going over. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for... There should be plenty of action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Now, we'll look at Dallas's starting lineup. They've got Klay Thompson. Edwards is out there with Davis. Then there's Daniel Gafford, and it's Irving in at the 1. Here's Giannis. Pass to Portis. Here's Prince. Back to Portis. Anthony Davis with the rebound. Now Irving. Davis with a screen on Lillard to the middle. And there's Davis. That's good on the assist by Irving.
AD just shoving past the inside contact that time. Powerful move getting it done.
Greg, as you were saying, beyond the blocks, what makes Anthony Davis special on defense is the way he navigates the floor.
Kevin, most bigs can get picked on in pick and roll action. Davis, though, too quick and smart to take advantage of. He can slip screens, hedge, switch, and recover like he's a 3-and-D wing.
And the dunk by Giannis.
Once Giannis gets that close to the rim, you know that he'll do everything he can to make the finish happen.
Lillard against Irving. Pass to Thompson. It's Edwards on the wing. It's good. For Milwaukee, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. And Lillard kicks to Portis. Lopez sets a screen for Antetokounmpo. A floater. The shot, no good. Great D that time from Edwards. The Mavericks have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Davis looking for an opening. Shoots over Portis, and they will call over the back on the play.
And he drew that call by establishing his base early and then doing a great job with the box out.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that go into rebounding, guys. You need strength, you need positioning, but I think timing and a nose for the ball, most important. And I think you're right. That's what got him that call, his physicality and strength.
And the Mavericks making a change here. Washington's checked in, and it's Davis with the ball for the Mavericks. The 3. Offensive rebound. Milwaukee's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Prince finds Lopez. Good, and a nice assist from Prince.
Lopez is really dangerous as a shooter if you give him space to catch and then shoot.
Pass to Washington. Gafford sets the pick for Washington. Down low. And Gafford throws it down.
Well, I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Well, we know, GA, the Mavs are so adept at punting the matchups they want. They're patient and methodical.
Yeah, they never look like they're in a rush, right? Even when you send a double or trap the ball, the Mavs stay calm and know where to go. It's what makes slowing down their pick and roll so difficult.
You know, sometimes you forget about how big Klay is as a guard. I mean, he can take a hit and still finish shots down low.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Yeah, Kevin, I was able to talk with Doc Rivers a few minutes ago. Now, when it came to Kyrie Irving, Coach said trying to contain him tonight won't be easy. He told me Kyrie is a fantastic player, but I feel confident that our guys will be all over him tonight. Pretty strong words, guys.
All right, David, thanks. Lillard. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Aggressive move by Lillard, attacking the heart of that defense.
Irving against Lillard. And it's sent back by Lopez. They recover it. For the screen on Portis. 6 to shoot. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws. Folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
Anthony Davis taking 2 shots. The play is under video review on
The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Washington, that's good.
Well, he's a stretch forward now with a dangerous outside shot. Washington loves letting that one fly from there.
And here's Thompson. In the corner, Irving with it. For the screen on Prince. Here's Irving. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. The Mavericks shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
And their success rate on the season, right around 77%.
And comparing to the numbers of last season, they've made a bit of improvement. So that's some positive momentum they can look to build on.
And at the line, it's all about consistency with him. His routine, his stroke, it never wavers.
And so it's Dallas, with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. A look at the field goal percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, halfway through the first half in this one. And what do you think, guys, about Dallas here in this one?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
They've got them rattled. It's only the first quarter, and already they've made enough big plays on defense to last really an entire game.
Bucks trail by 6. On the floor right now for the Mavericks. Davis is out there with Derek Lively. Then there's Edwards. Then it's Thompson. And it's Irving at the 1 spot.
When Antetokounmpo is driving, he's locked in on finishing no matter what the defense hits him with.
Lillard against Irving. Gets that one to fall after missing his first 2. 1 for 3 from the field.
Hey, the skills of Kyrie are obvious, but what isn't so obvious is his underestimated strength.
And it's Giannis missing.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
Well, Greg, it took 40 years, but the Bucks finally won their second NBA title back in 2021.
Yeah, and Kareem leading that 71 squad. Giannis was the man in 2021, averaging 35 and 13 during the finals, closing out the Suns with that 50-piece in Game 6.
It's not all about him out there. Giannis, a real example of a team-first guy.
Davis with a screen on Lillard. Here's Irving. Out to Thompson. Takes the 3. That's in there. Davis with the assist. Thompson's got the lead up to 8 now for Dallas.
The ball distribution was there. I mean, outstanding work all the way around.
The kick out to Antetokounmpo. Back to Lopez. Mavericks with the rebound. Here's Davis. Davis doing his thing inside.
There's so many ways Davis can beat you on the interior. Defenders always on their heels when he is attacking.
And it's Lillard missing.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Thompson misses. Bucks trail by 10. Lopez drives in. Lillard against Thompson. Lillard the pass to Portis. And Lopez has it in the corner. 6 on the shot clock. From deep onto the Kumbo. Dallas leading by 10. Outside Edwards. Thompson finds Edwards. To the paint. Here's Lively. And he can't bank that one in. Milwaukee's gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. And here's Trent outside. Lopez right side. Nobody near Lillard. Connects from three-point range. Lillard's got it back down to within single digits for the Bucks. Irving kicks to Thompson. Lively a screen on Trent. Pulls up on the elbow. Outside for Davis. Lively sets a screen for Davis. Ignoring the contact, Anthony Davis.
He's somebody that's really comfortable carrying the offensive load.
To the surprise of some, Derek Lively made an immediate impact as a rookie.
Count me amongst those folks, Kevin. I saw him in college, and I liked his potential, and I thought it would take a while longer for him to have an impact, but boy, he has exceeded expectations in a big way. And because of his shot blocking and energy, running the floor, rim running, and the like, he's earned himself some nice minutes as a contributing player.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. A move that likely helped the league's parity has been shortening max contract lengths. Commissioner Silver says we used to refer to it as dead money, a star player toward those end years sitting on the bench. We've reduced max contracts to 5 years, and in some cases 6. This way, it moves to more pay for performance. Kevin?
I think that's a pretty good business decision. It's going to have nice ramifications.
One of the dominant dunkers in the league, Davis, can put on the show in there.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Outside Portis. And it's Anthony Davis with the rebound. Davis has got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. Irving dishes to Edwards. Lively a screen on Trent. For 3, Edwards sinks the triple. Edwards got 5.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
And that concludes the first half. Mavericks lead by 14. And now, thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway. And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. You know, Davis has been exceptional here, guys.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Trent's out there with Damian Lillard. Then it's Brook Lopez. And then there's Antetokounmpo. And it's Portis in at the power forward position. That's the 5 to begin the second half for Doc Rivers.
When AD gets going like this, it's almost impossible to slow him down. He's got so many different ways to beat you.
That shot off. Bucks trail by 16. Clark, obviously, this is a results league for head coaches. And we're always going to see lots of changes at that position.
I think you're exactly right. I don't necessarily agree with it all the time. I would like to see owners and general managers and decision makers be a little more patient, give coaches a little more runway. But we know it's a results-oriented league, and oftentimes the reality is that it's easier to change one coach than it is perhaps to change a handful of players on a roster that's not performing.
Irving can't get it to go.
Well, you know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
Giannis with it. He's got 6. Pass to Portis. Shoots over Gafford. Portis can't get it to go. Mavericks leading by 14. Irving looking for an opening. Throws it up high and finished off by Lively.
Tell you what, I could watch this move and this movie all night long. Irving doing a nice job getting his team quality shots.
Clark, Kyrie Irving has got to be as skilled a player as we've seen in the NBA.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know if I've ever seen a better layup maker than him. And I played against Isaiah Thomas and read about Nate Archibald and some of the other great small ball guards. But, man, this kid, Kyrie Irving, young man now, 50, 40, 90 on the season. And a lot of times he's making acrobatic layups against 6'9" and 7-foot guys. Special.
And the Bucks with some changes. Livingston's checked in, and Trent subbed in for Prince. And Dallas with a change here, too. Edwards, he's checked in for Derek Lively. Portis against Davis. Now, here's Livingston. He's guarded closely. Trent kicks to Livingston. For three, Portis. It's hauled in by Edwards. Mavericks leading by 18. And he's going up for the alley-oop. And Gafford throws it down.
Hey, there's no denying it. Kyrie is a score-first guard, but he's a better passer than he gets credit for.
Here's Lopez. Outside Portis. Latrey. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks. Davis has got 11 rebounds in the game. Davis setting the pick for Edwards. And the three off target.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Portis, the pass to Trent. Knocks down the three ball. Trent's got 6 points.
Smart pass by Portis, showing the ability to make good decisions with the ball.
And it's Brook Lopez with the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game. Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for Milwaukee. Taurean Prince comes in for Gary Trent. Lillard against Irving. Loads it up for Davis and finished off by Davis.
There's no stopping that. AD is too long and strong to bother that alley-oop.
Bucks passing it around. Puts the move on. And Lopez throws it down.
No doubt about it. He has done a ton to help this team, but he's going to have to do even more if they want to have a chance to get back in this one.
Left side, Davis. Shoots over Portis. That misses off the backboard. Bucks trail by 17. Here's Antetokounmpo, and there's the big-time jam as he slams it right over Davis.
How about the flash by Antetokounmpo? I mean, just an insanely talented athlete who loves to punish that rim.
And they're pushing it up. A floater. Antetokounmpo using his speed in transition.
Oh, perfect timing there to knock down the teardrop.
Here's Irving. Milwaukee with the rebound. Portis has got rebound number 8 now on the night. Here's Giannis. Oh, and Antetokounmpo hammers it in.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
And so it's the Dallas Mavericks holding on to an 11-point cushion as we get ready to take a break. They're playing a brute. And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for the Mavericks. They led the game at 1 point by 20. On the floor for Dallas, P.J. Washington is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Exum. Then there's Irving. And it's Lively in at the 5, roaming the paint. Bucks trail by 11. Now here's Kuzma. And the foul called on P.J. Washington. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Giannis. That's where Giannis wants the ball.
Another night we see Giannis at his best. This defense doesn't have a clue as to how to guard it.
Lively is screen on Porter. Irving passes to Lively. Giannis with some nice D.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Kuzma outside. Green with a screen for Kuzma. And Kuzma slams it in.
Boy, he makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Rising off the ground like that. Kuzma takes a lot of pride, not only in finishing with finesse, but power, too.
To the inside. Lively the pass to X. Off target with his three.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
And stolen by Kyrie Irving. And now the fast break Exum with the ball. About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now.
And I love the way he uses his size there to make sure he gets that board.
Trent passes to Giannis. And the flush by Antetokounmpo!
I tell you what, I don't know what he did in the locker room, but he needs to do a little bit more of it because he's on fire.
Lively with the screen. Here's Exum. Out to the wing. A shot by Washington, and he's wide open. Bangs home the trifecta.
That was silky smooth there by Washington. Only takes him a few seconds to lock and load.
Porter kicks to Trent. Porter against Irving. Back to Trent. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Lively. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Brook Lopez is checked in for Green. Portis comes in for Kyle Kuzma. Torian Prince, he's checked in for Gary Trent. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter. 5 to shoot. Lillard against Irving. And it's Lillard missing. Mavericks leading by 8. Outside Irving. Trying to break that ice-cold streak, and he sinks the layup.
I got a question for you. How do you defend Irving in the pick and roll? He's so quick, and his ball handling is so good, absolutely, virtually impossible.
You know, the ill-advised threes isn't how you want to close the gap. You've got to have better shot selection.
And Davis gets it to go.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Guys, when you're this hot, it's elementary. Let it fly. Keep staying at it.
Lopez with the steal. And it's the Bucks on the break. Here's Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo through contact.
It is simply amazing to watch Antetokounmpo sprint the floor, covering up so much ground with those long strides.
Davis. So the wing on the left, from past the arc, drops in the tray. Exum's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
They look pretty demoralized to me, and that always shows through at the defensive end first.
Irving for 3. The rebound by the Bucks.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Giannis passes to Prince. Wants to get it to Antetokounmpo and does. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
You really have to appreciate and respect the spirit Giannis plays the game with. A beacon of energy and enthusiasm for his team. They all feed off of him. An attitude of joy and unselfishness.
And at this point, just sort of running through the paces, as it appears it'll be a nice win here for the Mavericks.
Looking at both these teams, they're great rebounders, and on any given night, you might not know who would have the advantage on the board.
They made the most of those extra rebounds as well, Kevin.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Anthony Davis.
And the way he rebounded, he surely was a spark for the team as he was securing everything that came off the iron.
Puts it up from 12, and it's Irving missing. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. And it's Antetokounmpo penetrating. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard.
Unselfishness from Lillard. Has no problem giving the ball up, especially when he's got a guy wide open.
So no problem for Dallas as they get the win. And in the win, a comfortable win in what was, I think, a pretty hostile environment.
It really was. You know, it's never going to be easy on the road, but they didn't have too many problems with that tonight.
All right, David, thanks so much. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge.
these teams, Brent.
Do you believe, BA, that these guys are coming in and not thinking about that very same thing? These guys want to test each other tonight, and you wonder, whoever gets the best of the other guy, will that elevate the next couple weeks of play for them in terms of their confidence? So a big man battle. Let's keep a close eye on it.
And now the Los Angeles starters. Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. James Harden out there with Ben Simmons. And it's Zubats in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Leonard for three. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, Jason Kidd had a few moments to share with me. I talked with him about how he'll approach dealing with Kawhi Leonard on the floor, and Coach told me there's no one way to go about slowing Kawhi. He does too many things. He continued, we'll vary our looks on him and try not to let him get in any offensive rhythm. Good idea, as we all know how deadly Kawhi is once he gets going. Brian?
Appreciate the report, Allie. Despite entering his 30s, Anthony Davis is not slowing down, Grant.
Yeah, BA. And last year, AD put up the best rebounding numbers of his career. And his shooting percentage also very high. And just watching him, Davis is still an all-NBA caliber player, capable of taking over on both ends.
So it's the Mavericks now, following the score by Los Angeles. Oh, stolen by Harden. Out on his own on the break. And Powell with the scuff.
Just love these opportunities in the open floor to see athleticism like what Norman Powell gave us there.
Irving against Harden. Gafford with a screen on Harden. To the middle. Zubats with the steal. Harden with it. Irving picks him up. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. And now the Mavs on the run. Here's Edwards. And he gets the bucket.
Did you see that? I mean, going right to the rim. That's how you finish in the open floor.
Yeah, anything other than a layup in that situation, probably disappointing. Had numbers, took advantage.
Leonard gets the bucket.
Always a threat from range. You give Kawhi those looks, that's at your own risk.
Outside for Davis. And they'll get another chance. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
Here's Gafford, following the score by Los Angeles.
Terrific defense from Zubats. His team relies on him to help alter shots.
Nice shot by Simmons.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
And the call will be against James Harden. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Thompson scanning the floor. Davis with a screen on Simmons. To end the run. That one falls. His second make in 5 attempts.
You can forget the jumpers right now, AD. Keep going inside, big fella.
It's so interesting, Grant. Younger fans may not realize the Clippers had a lot of rough seasons early on.
Well, you know, BA, that's one way to put it. You know, in their first 27 years in LA, they only made the playoffs 4 times. But things have definitely changed. Owners have changed. And now they're postseason regulars in the league.
How about Norman Powell and his vertical prowess there?
Pass to Edwards. Gafford with a screen on Powell. Edwards, a pass to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
Now, BA, you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. And the dunk by Leonard.
And we love it when Kawhi takes it over into his own hands. What a special player.
Inside, Gafford. The kick out to Edwards. Gafford with a screen on Powell. Here's Edwards. Got a hand on it, and they'll keep possession. And that's out of bounds. Dallas will keep it. Clock at 6. On the wing, Thompson. Simmons defending. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. 30 seconds left in the first. Powell, left side. Yes, and it's Leonard with the assist that time. Leonard's got 3 assists now in this one.
Powell can play with some power. Even at 6'3", 6'4", he's got a good base.
Edwards finds Irving. Davis with a screen on Harden. Irving for 3. It's rebounded by Zubac. Leonard outside. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And that does it for the first quarter. The Clippers on top, up 9. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Clippers.
Well, it's all fast break points. Those easy buckets, they're so hard to come by in the NBA. So if you get a chance to run, you have to take advantage of it.
Well, they've really attacked off of the turnovers, so leaking out and capitalizing on fast break stuff.
So on the floor for the Clippers, Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. Ben Simmons is out there with James Harden, and it's Zubac in at the 5 down low. And so it's Irving who brings up the ball for the Mavs. They trail by 9. And what you like about James Harden, he can play with any set of teammates, Brent.
Well, we're seeing this transition, BA, right? From Harden being this elite offensive system by himself to now being a better teammate, a guy who can facilitate and set guys up to make better offensive plays. So not shouldering the entire load anymore. He's been very flexible over the past couple seasons.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, guys, a lot of new developments for the Clippers this season, and obviously they have the new arena, new designs for their logo, jerseys, and court. Not only that, their G League team moving into a brand new arena in Oceanside, renewing the San Diego Clippers moniker. Brian, a lot to be excited about for this Clips team.
No question. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you. Davis from long range. And good. Coming on the assist by Irving. Davis has got 7.
Good aggressiveness from Anthony Davis, ready to shoot it as soon as that ball touched his fingertips. For him, it's harder to miss that shot than it is to make that shot. I think he was anticipating a bit of a bump there.
It's tipped. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on Ivica Zubac.
I like watching AD going at the defense and trying to impose some of that physicality from him to them.
Both free throws good from Davis. Well, Grant, you were an excellent defender in your day. So who was the toughest player you had to guard?
Well, there's so many great players, Michael, LeBron. But let's talk about the late, great Kobe Bryant. I mean, he really had no weaknesses. And even if you defended him perfectly, there's a good chance he can still make the shot.
Mavericks trail by 5. It's Exum on the wing. Simmons defending. Irving against Harden. Grant, we all know how good Kyrie Irving is, but he's especially lethal in the fourth quarter.
And his clutch moments go far beyond his series winner in the 2016 finals. He thrives in high-pressure moments and has done so his whole career.
It's got to be something else to be a teammate of Irving's. What a generational talent.
Productive trip to the line. He doesn't like to leave points on the table.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Davis with a screen on Simmons. Exum shot is off. Los Angeles leading by 6. Leonard on the wing from downtown. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. No good on the shot. Great D that time from Zubac. To the inside. Here's Simmons. And it's Simmons with the jam.
Wow. Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, a strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Grabs the board and goes right in for the putback. I love it, B.A.
Yeah, wanting to close the gap. Makes sense to get aggressive on the glass here. Leonard with a screen on Irving. Out to Leonard from outside the arc. Rebound, Anthony Davis. Davis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Exum passes to Davis. Davis getting it done in the paint.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Oh, stolen by Harden. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
So good at drawing contact and literally winning trips to the free throw line. Harden feasting on any chance to draw a foul.
Harden hits them both. Mavericks trail by 6. Outside Irving. Shoots from 12. No good off the glass. And for the Clippers, they're shooting at 30% here in the second. And Simmons, here we go. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Yeah, the way that Simmons handles the ball at almost 7 feet, it's pretty much impossible to defend.
That one falls, so he hits both of them. 1:02 left to play in the second quarter. Irving, the pass to Davis. It's Exum on the wing. Davis, a screen. On the wing, Davis. Pass to Lively. It's deflected. 2 on the clock. Screen by Lively. The 3 from Washington. It's rebounded by Zubac. Zubac has got rebound number 7 tonight. Powell for 3. Rebound, Anthony Davis. And so Davis will bring it up for the Mavs. 8-point game. Now here's Exum. Jacks up with 3. Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Oh my. What a display of effort.
That's his bread and butter, right? Chasing down the boards.
Stick with fundamentals there. Shot goes up, box out, or he'll destroy you.
Here's Davis. Pass to Irving. And so it's Los Angeles with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. Well, it's clear the defensive focus was to shut down Kyrie Irving because so far it's working. All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. All right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break, ready for the second half. And if you're just joining in, 1 half is in the books. 1 half to go. A fantastic game from Anthony Davis in this one.
He's been dominating down low. Gotta assume they'll keep feeding him the rock.
Oh, man, pouring it on right now, and why wouldn't you?
PJ Washington out there with Davis. Then there's Derek Lively. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Exum in at the 2 guard. That's the lineup out there for the Mavericks. Davis against Leonard. Outside Davis. Over Leonard. Davis misses.
D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I
guess. Oh, man!
Oh! It looks like an orange in his hand, and Kawhi tenacious to the rim with that finish.
Washington. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Zubac has got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Here's Harden. Yes, and that's Simmons with the assist. Harden's got 9 points.
His nimbleness makes him a unique threat at the rim.
Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
Oh, there's the alley! And finished off by Davis.
That's just an outstanding pick and roll there to get Davis diving to the rim. Once he gets the pass, the shot was as simple as it gets.
And the shot goes.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
He's the guy that you want to go to right now trying to put this one away.
So for Dallas, Gafford, he's checked in for Lively. Edwards comes in for Washington. And it's Thompson in for Exum. Here's Irving. The shot goes down. Very quick possession right there.
This is why you always have to be up in the space of Kyrie Irving. He can pull up in the blink of an eye. So lethal.
Zubac passes to Harden. Back to Zubac. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Davis down low. Simmons defending. And Davis gets it to go on the assist from Edwards.
It's not just attacking. He's doing it with tremendous focus. Davis not letting anything get in the way.
Powell for three. Drops in the three. He's got 12.
No way he's going to pass that shot up. The D is way too far back and relaxed in getting out on it.
And the call will be against James Harden. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game. That'll be a 5-second call.
You have to limit mistakes. They're so tough to overcome.
Well, not making things easier on themselves right now, that's for sure.
Here's Powell. 12 points for him. Pass to Harden. Zubac with a screen on Irving. Harden can't hit. Mavericks trail by 12. And the foul on Ben Simmons. That's his first foul of the game.
And that puts them just 1 foul from the bonus.
Powell with a steal. And there's the foul. It'll go on Kyrie Irving. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Harden. 11 points in the game. It's Powell on the wing. Off the mark there with a three. For Dallas, they've gone 3 of 5 from the field in this 3rd quarter. Gafford with a screen on Harden. Irving for three. Buries it from 3. Irving's got 5 points in the quarter.
This is where Kyrie can work some of his magic out there on the floor. Excels at getting the screen and taking advantage of any space he gets.
Knocks it down from distance.
That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
And it's slammed in by Zubac.
Love to see Zubac attacking the rim, staying involved offensively.
Harden against Irving. And he's going for the lob. And finished off by Davis.
I'll tell you what, it's good to be his age.
Yeah, I don't have memories like that at my age, though. Here's Simmons. Count that bucket. Simmons has got 8.
The paint is where Simmons excels at finding points. He knows how to own the inside.
Irving against Harden. Right side, Irving. Offensive rebound. Gafford passes to Edwards. From deep. Thompson, no good. The Clippers lead by 8. Here's Simmons. Oh, nice finish from the low block. That one's good. 10 points for him.
You know Simmons can get physical when he has to, going right through the contact.
Irving attacking. Tipped. Oh, and the fast break for the Clippers. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Daniel Gafford picks one up. Los Angeles shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. And both free throws good for Simmons. 34 seconds left in the 3rd. Irving looking around. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And such a gifted finisher. Once Kyrie gets inside, he knows he's got you where he wants you.
Pass to Simmons. Down low. Stolen by Davis. It's Edwards on the wing. Defended by Harden. Irving for 3. And here at the end of the 3rd, it's a double-digit ball game. The Clippers on top, leading by 10. And we're coming right back after this break to get the 4th quarter started. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
The passing for the team becoming contagious, this time involving the big.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And on the floor for the Clippers here in the fourth. Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. James Harden out there with Ben Simmons. And it's Zubac in at the center position. Out to Leonard. Powell, a screen on Davis. Leonard on the take. To the inside. Over Edwards. Leonard drains the contested J.
This is how focused Kawhi is right now. Sees through the play, stays in control, and scores.
Driving in. Pass to Gafford. Davis against Leonard. Out to Thompson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Powell. And the dunk by Gafford.
Oh, I love this guy. Even when they're trailing, he works hard to put on a show.
Hey, that might be just what they need right now. Mavericks trail by 8. It's Edwards on the wing. Pass to Gafford. And here is Thompson. Over Simmons. Here's Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
He turns the offensive board into a big slam.
Wow, he was so well positioned there. Credit his anticipation. Thompson against Simmons. And he makes it on the layup. And the Clippers lead by 8.
You love seeing games like this from Simmons, looking absolutely dominant and in control offensively.
Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Offensive rebound. Oh, the power! Anthony Davis!
Well, he takes care of salvaging that possession for the offense by getting on the offensive glass.
A master of attracting contact. Harden just takes pride in fooling defenders and getting those calls.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Clippers.
Well, you love their unselfish play. Keeping that ball moving, good shot to great. That's winning basketball.
You also have to admire the way they've gotten out and run in transition. And they've run wide, they've run their lanes, they've been doing it with a great pace. And that's produced some easy scores. You know, all the way to the bucket, no resistance, just swipe the candy from him.
Zubac, screen. The three is up. And Harden is good for 3.
Dialed in from deep, Harden understands when he should look to shoot the 3 ball.
Irving against Harden. Outside Irving. Ben Simmons grabs the board. Los Angeles leading by 9. Powell with it. Now Thompson defending. Powell's shot is off. The Mavericks have gotten 5 shots out of 9 to go in this fourth. Outside for Irving. Gafford to screen. 3-pointer. And Kyrie Irving with the 3. Irving's got 19 points.
And this is how explosive Irving can be. Such a clever and versatile scorer.
Harden's shot is good.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the 3-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Puts up a 3 and score it. That now makes him 7 for 11 in this game.
Exactly what every offense needs. Shooters who can force the defense to extend.
Oh, there's no doubt he's a legitimate threat from downtown, and he's demonstrating that in this game.
Irving, the pass to Thompson. From the arc. And the officials call the over the back. A little too aggressive there.
Did he think he could get away with that? It was a pretty obvious call.
Nothing wrong with being physical, but that's just over the top.
And they had an advantage tonight. Came out sharp and did what was needed. Nice win here for the Clippers.
Tonight, they got everybody in on the scoring. Had nice passing, which led to good looks.
Just solid play by these guys.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for James Harden.
He was tough to cover all game long. One of those nights when he felt like nobody could stop him, and they didn't.
Harden can't hit.
And they have to know that any hope of a comeback is gone.
Well, realistic at this stage of the game, they're going to lose this one, but will they take something from the loss?
Now Los Angeles with it. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. So no problem for the Clippers as they get the win. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by. It's never easy.
Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that about wraps it up for Allie LaForce.
Matchup tonight is down inside in the paint.
Oh, yeah, Kevin. Expect this one to be really physical. If either team backs down, they can just get run over tonight, but I don't expect that to happen. It's going to be a slugfest.
We love those kind of games. They're a lot of fun.
You aren't kidding.
Now, a look at Dallas's starting lineup. They've got Daniel Gafford. Anthony Davis is out there with Edwards. Then there's Irving. And it's Thompson in at the 2. Here's Irving following the 3 by Minnesota. Gafford sets the pick for Irving. Gobert with the block. Edwards against Thompson. Pass to Gobert. Ball's knocked loose and stolen by Irving. And here we go with Thompson running it up the court. Here's Davis. No good, and tight defense there bothered that shot. Timberwolves on offense. Last year, coach, as you know, the Timberwolves making it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, that equaled their deepest run in team history, dropping that series to the Mavs. Minnesota has never been to the finals, one of 5 franchises who've yet to get there.
To the paint, here's McDaniels, and goaltending is going to be the call, so they get the basket there anyway.
So close to getting the block there. You can live with those calls because you'd rather have a guy playing aggressive instead of playing it safe.
Irving dishes to Thompson. Davis with a screen on it to the middle and finished off by Davis.
And phenomenal movement in that pick and roll. Davis has a sense for where to move after setting that screen.
Pass to Reed. McDaniels with the ball. The Timberwolves working the ball around now. Here's Gobert. Kyrie Irving with the rebound. The Mavericks have gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Edwards can't hit. Minnesota's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Hands it from downtown. McDaniels got 5.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
Davis with a screen on DiVincenzo. And a wide open look for Irving. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Now let's find out what head coach Chris Finch had to say to David Aldridge. David?
Now, Coach immediately recognized the many talents of Kyrie Irving. One thing he pointed out was not losing Irving on defense. Coach said Irving is just as dangerous without the ball. We can't let him get behind us. We have to make sure someone is on him at all times. Back to you.
Thanks so much, David.
And among NBA bigs, he is known for his ability to deliver at the free throw line.
And it's Davis finishing it off.
Given his shooting ability, Irving presents a ton of problems in the pick and roll.
Edwards against Thompson. In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. McDaniels kicks to DiVincenzo. Reed misses.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Here's Irving. Gobert brings the double team. A 3-ball. And it's Kyrie Irving with the 3.
Some of the fastest hands in the league right now. Kyrie knowing he has to get rid of it.
Gobert with a screen on Thompson. And here's Edwards from the arc. That one's in. His first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first. For a center, he's maybe undersized, but his ability to get in the air to make a play balances that out.
Now here's Edwards. Here's Reed. And the rejection by Gafford. Outside Edwards. It's good. This game is all even.
And for his position, Davis, a solid distributor. He's one of the league's most unique players.
Edwards, no good. The Mavericks have gotten 6 of 11 shots to go down so far. Pretty nice shooting. Gafford sets the pick for Thompson. Pass to Davis. At the top of the key, Gafford. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
See, now that layup isn't possible without the help of the pep.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. McDaniels, and that's out of bounds. Minnesota will retain possession. And here's Edwards from the arc. And Davis pulls it down. For Dallas, they've gone 7 of 12 from the field here in the first quarter. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
And really one of the most challenging covers in our game. Davis, hard to guard given how versatile he is.
And he makes the first but misses the second. McDaniels gets a wide open look. Trains it from beyond the arc. McDaniels got 10 points.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
It's been all about Jaden McDaniels for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And we'll be back with you shortly. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And guys, what's your take so far on the Timberwolves?
Well, they use the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
Yeah, they've dictated the pace to this point, looking to run at every opportunity.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniels. Reed is out there with Gobert, and it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Timberwolves. Gafford finds Davis. Back to Gafford. Pass to Davis. No good there. Gobert with the defensive effort. Edwards passes to Reed. Irving against Edwards. Here's McDaniels. A three-pointer, no good. Dallas shooting one of the high points for them in this game at 54%. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Greg, you love this topic more than anyone. When you think about the best ball handlers of all time, where does Kyrie Irving rank on your list?
Well, you know, I think, Kevin, he's at the very top. I've never seen anyone else pull off some of the things he does. Certainly makes a strong case for the best effort.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
It's stolen by Davis. Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. Gobert pulls it in. Gobert's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Anthony Edwards is figuring things out. He said there's levels. My first few years, I looked for my shot and nothing else. I've learned that I can't win without my teammates and that I have to throw them the ball too. It's a team game. I know that now. Kevin, I know it too, so I'm throwing it back to you.
And you're the best teammate we could have. Thank you, David. Gobert with the block.
And when Gobert is playing with this kind of aggression on that end, there aren't many better at defending.
Edwards against Thompson. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Stan, isn't it terrific? We're seeing these great stars in the NBA extending their careers more than ever before.
We certainly are, Kevin, and it's great for the league. The league keeps getting younger, though. These guys come into the league earlier, but I think what players have learned, it's not even just the basketball part. It's the strength and conditioning. It's the nutrition. They've taken care of themselves better, and that allows them to last longer.
And now the Timberwolves on the break. The shot's good from DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's got his first bucket in this one.
No hesitation. He just takes off and takes it the distance.
Well, the best way to attack is in transition. He recognizes that.
High post, Davis. Working on McDaniels. It's stolen by Gobert. It's Edwards on the wing. Edwards holding off the D and converts.
finding a little rhythm here that they have to like where they're at.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
Loads it up for Davis. Stolen by Reed. An even 3-on-3 break. On the wing, DiVincenzo. Covered by Gafford.
Yeah, loose coverage by the defense, but he just couldn't make them pay.
Here's Davis. And they get it. Out to Thompson. From the arc. Thompson with the three.
And this is Thompson's calling card. An exceptional shooter from downtown.
Here's Edwards. And he banks in the layup. Edwards got 9.
And defensively, that's just not going to cut it.
Irving looking for an opening. And here's Davis for 3. Out to Thompson. Jacks up a 3. That's a miss. He's made one and missed one. Here's DiVincenzo. And it's good, 2 points. DiVincenzo's got the lead up to 8 now for the Timberwolves. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for Dallas. Pass to Thompson. Tries it from the top of the key. They get it again. It's Edwards on the wing. Clock at 6. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Edwards dishes to McDaniels. Shoots. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark.
Got to run the clock and wait for the last shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
Out of bounds, Minnesota takes possession.
Yeah, and I think he was surprised to see that pass coming his way and just really reacted too late.
12 seconds left in the second quarter. Edwards kicks to McDaniels. With 2 seconds left. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Yeah, the defender all over it.
Minnesota shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. And McDaniels drops them both. Poked loose. Stolen by McDaniels. And we finished one half of basketball. The Timberwolves on top as they wrap up the second quarter on a 15-3 run. And now let's catch up with David Auld. All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. You have to like what we're seeing from Jaden McDaniels.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room because you're right. He's the problem right now.
On the floor right now for the Mavericks. Edwards is out there with Davis. And there's Klay Thompson. Then there's Daniel Gafford. And it's Irving at the point. Can't hit from the elbow.
Well, that one should be in his wheelhouse, but just off the mark.
And Davis sends it back.
What a play by Davis. You think you can get it over me? Nuh-uh. Not on my watch.
That is fantastic defense on one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Didn't give him an inch of room.
Edwards passes to Reed. Back to Edwards. Shoots over Gafford. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Edwards got 11 points.
And it's really good to see Edwards knock down the mid-range jumper. He continues to work on becoming more consistent from that area.
Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Yeah, they might want to draw something up here to get him something at the rim or get him to the free throw line. Sometimes that's all it takes to snap a cold streak.
Irving dishes to Edwards. Davis with a screen on McDaniels. For three, Edwards. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got 8 rebounds in this game. McDaniels off target from three-point range. Mavericks trail by 15. Here's Irving driving to the basket. Gobert with the block. And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. Thompson from long range. Minnesota with the rebound. Gobert's got 9 rebounds now tonight. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. The Timberwolves again can't hit. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Fires the three. Another miss by Minnesota.
Yeah, really unlike him to have this kind of game from three.
For the screen on Edwards. Thompson for three. Great D that time from Edwards. Timberwolves leading by 15. And the short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Timberwolves have become a rough and rugged team. Swingman Jaden McDaniels said, "We don't let nobody push us around. We're always being physical defensively. I feel like we're a tough team, super tough." Kevin, they certainly have the size to hold their own.
Always being physical. But David, that's their identity. And we thank you for the report. Here's Edwards. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. You coach Stan at various levels for 30 years. How has the transition been to the broadcasting business?
Well, Kevin, it's been great because of people like you and because I'm undefeated.
Right. But you miss the aftermath when there's at least a score sheet. There's a scorecard that says win or loss.
I do miss that. There's no question. I miss the competition. I miss the camaraderie of building toward a result. But I've started to get some of that in broadcasting as I've gotten to know my partners better.
Well, it's great being your partner.
Likewise.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guy at the right time.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Second shot opportunity. And the wide open shot from Reed. And again, Minnesota with the triple.
And you can tell he's looking for his shot. He just believes in it.
Well, yeah, and the defense is going to have to respond to that and chase him off the arc.
And here's Edwards from the arc. And it's Kyrie Irving with the rebound. Mavericks trailed by 19. 59 seconds left in the third. From deep three-point land. Out to Thompson. Three-pointer. It's deflected. And it's out of bounds. The Mavericks able to retain possession here. There's 49 seconds left in the third quarter of the game.
Well, with Edwards, you have to contend with his energy and intensity at both ends.
A shot by McDaniels. No good. Dallas shooting 28%, a rocky performance for them offensively. And it's Irving missing.
And there hasn't been anything easy for him in this period.
Well, the offense has to look for ways to get him easier shots, better selections. You have to be set up for success.
Thompson surveying the floor. Out of bounds, Minnesota takes possession. 8 seconds left to play in the third. For three, Edwards. It's not going to go for him. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves taking a 19-point lead into the break. They've got a big advantage. How about a look at today's State Farm assist of the game?
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
Well, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniels. Gobert is out there with Reed. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Look, when the three is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Timberwolves. They have a 22-point lead. It's the most they've led by. Mr. Gobert. Count it. Good. Gobert's got his first 2 points.
This is really in his zone, where his shot is within easy reach.
And on the way from Irving for 3, the offensive rebound. The shot's good from Gafford.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
Mr. Gobert. To the left wing. Inside. Second chance shot, and it's good on the way up.
And the D getting outworked there on the putback. Can't let that happen.
And I can tell you from experience, these are the types of things that drive coaches crazy.
Gets the three-pointer to fall.
And uses his handle and great feel for the game to execute the pick and roll there. What can't Thompson do?
Reed finds DiVincenzo. Deflects the pass. Gafford with the steal. Edwards passes to Gafford. And the foul on Daniel Gafford. That's his third foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. And there's the call on Kyrie Irving. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Yeah, clearly a foul of frustration right there.
Tipped away and stolen by Thompson.
And add that steal to the list of things they've done right here tonight. It's been a dominant performance at both ends.
And here's Edwards from the arc. And it's Anthony Davis with the rebound. Davis has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. And Thompson kicks to Davis. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 3 assists now in this one. Over in the corner, McDaniels. Back to Edwards. Gobert with a screen on Thompson. Edwards fires from way outside. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Here's Irving. Up and in on the layup.
The defender has Irving closely covered, but he's just so determined to get through the contact and to the bucket.
Down low. Back to Edwards. Over Thompson. Edwards with another miss.
Well, when they're playing off you, you have to make them pay. And he couldn't.
Thompson passes to Irving. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Rebound, Minnesota. Reeves got 4 rebounds in this game. And here's Edwards from the arc. Traps in the tray. Edwards got 6 in the quarter.
Well, credit them for maintaining that aggression, even being up this much.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game. I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be given.
And tonight's battle is going to end with a very clear winner, leaving nothing to chance. Impressive win for the Timberwolves.
They simply ran him off the court.
They set the pace, and their transition game was executed flawlessly.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Anthony Edwards.
It was the kind of game for him that all scorers dream of, where the basket seemed as wide as a barrel.
Thompson against Edwards. McDaniels kicks to DiVincenzo. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. The deep three from Thompson. Another three for Dallas. There's 38 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And here's Edwards from the arc. Here's Dallas. They're on a 16-5 run here. For the three. Thompson misses.
And even against defense as tight as that, you almost expect him to still bury those.
From downtown. Stolen by Thompson. And so it's the Timberwolves taking care of business here. David, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. So, for Greg Anderson.
Big D, Dallas, Texas. Welcome all. Thanks for tuning. All right, Doris, how about teams like these who can really run their offense through their bigs?
BA, over the years, one of the things I've heard from coaches quite often is how effective a three-tool big man can be. When you can drive it, pass it, shoot it, score it, do all the things they can, it changes the geometry of the floor.
Now let's take a look at the Bucks opening lineup. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard, and it's Portis in at the 3. Now here's Lillard. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Back to Lillard. The three-pointer off the mark. Here's Dallas now. Thompson finds Irving. Edwards with it. Davis with a screen on Portis. Edwards, a pass to Davis. He drops it from range.
Yeah, Davis was just waiting for the ball, and once he gets it, it's all over.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other. This is what we call highly efficient play. Working off the screen, getting to the cup.
All right, Doris, Kyrie Irving is a special talent. What's his greatest asset, you think, on the floor?
Oh, BA, this is a tough question. If you ask NBA players, they'll tell you the guy with the best handle historically is Kyrie Irving. But to me, his best attribute, fearlessness, the ability to deliver when it most matters.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Earlier, I spoke with Jason Kidd. Of course, we talked mostly about Giannis Antetokounmpo, the focus of this one. Coach telling me I've lost sleep thinking about Giannis. He can just take over a game, no matter how you play him. We're hoping he'll be a little off tonight. Do off nights exist for Giannis, guys? We'll find out.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. And the first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Pass to Prince. Let's go with a 3. And the rebound goes to Dallas.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Davis lets a 3 fly, and Damian Lillard gets a 3.
A genuine sniper from downtown. Lillard's confidence is what makes him so dangerous.
The 3. Dallas no good that time either.
Boy, a wide open shot from his favorite spot. That is one he'd like to have back.
And it's Antetokounmpo with a miss.
I'll tell you, most of the time this guy's going to finish that, but that was tremendous defense that prohibits him from completing the play.
And the shot goes in.
What's amazing about Kyrie is the number of go-to moves he has on the interior.
And the dunk by Lillard.
When you finish like that, you deserve to brag.
Impressive, no question.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim, okay.
And so it's Dallas with it after the basket by Milwaukee on the other end. Shot clock at 6. Prince grabs the miss.
Well, if the defense gives him that shot next time, they could get burned. I think he's just a little bit out of rhythm.
Lillard passes to Lopez. Portis outside. Pass to Prince to the left side wing. Here's Antetokounmpo. Gafford grabs the miss.
Boy, 9 times out of 10, that's going in. I'm sure he surprised himself with the miss.
And Grant, the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
Here's Lopez. After the basket by Dallas. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Thompson. Inside. And Antetokounmpo the bucket on the assist by Portis. Antetokounmpo's got 6 points.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Outside for Davis. This one for 3. The rebound by the Bucks. A chance to go 2 for 1.
And you really must play this just right.
Pass to Lopez. Fires from deep. Gets the three to fall.
When you watch Taurean Prince play, you know it's about team. This guy finds the open man and loves delivering it.
Lillard against Irving. To the middle. Lopez with the steal. Now here's Portis. He's guarded closely. That one falls. 7 points in the game.
It doesn't matter where he is on the floor. Lillard is a walking bucket.
Here's Irving. Soft touch off the glass.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
Here's Antetokounmpo. And so the first quarter is in the books. Milwaukee out in front, up by 5. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for the Bucks.
They've done a great job facilitating so far. So moving the rock and finding the open man, just great selfless basketball.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
Thompson out there with Kyrie Irving. Then there's Davis. Then it's Daniel Gafford. And it's Edwards in at the 3, the small forward. That's the lineup out there for the Mavericks. Mavericks trail by 5. Thompson finds Irving, takes the 3, lets it go from deep. Oh, Thompson buries the tray.
This is what you call a dead-eye three-point perimeter shooter. Klay Thompson doing work.
Here's Lillard. Kyrie Irving clears the rebound. On the wing, Davis. Antetokounmpo covering. The 3 from Thompson. That one falls. Coming off Davis' feed. Thompson's got 6 points.
Great finish. What a setup. Terrific ball movement there.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Mavericks with the rebound. Davis has got 5 rebounds in the game. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career. Wow! I can't believe he just did that!
Now that is incredible. Just wow.
And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Milwaukee, no good that time either. Here's Dallas now. It's been 8 unanswered for them. Gafford, and he banks in the layup. Gafford's got his first bucket in this one.
Well, I don't think Klay Thompson gets enough credit for his overall game. He is a great scorer, but that's a pretty pass.
Antetokounmpo up top. Lillard outside. Back to Lopez. Over Edwards, and Lopez gets it to go. Lopez has gotten his second bucket.
I mean, a big guy like Lopez won't stop for contact. He stays strong and powers through.
Outside for Davis. The rebound by the Bucks. Portis has got 4 rebounds now. Tries to break his ice. Goes back up. Out to Lillard. A deep 3. Edwards pulls it in. The Mavericks lead by 3. Pass to Thompson. 3-pointer. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo has got his 5th rebound in this one. Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Edwards for 3. Basket is good. Nice setup from Irving. Irving's got 3 assists now in this one.
See, Kyrie never hesitates. As soon as he sees that open man, boy, it is on time.
And here's Thompson for 3. And Dallas hits again from deep.
His three-point shot looks so pure. The defense allowing him to get comfortable out there.
Portis outside. Tried to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good. And Dallas with possession. They've outscored him 16-2, not slowing down. And here's Thompson for 3. On the wing, Thompson. 4-3. Nails it from 3. Thompson's got 12.
At his absolute best, Klay Thompson rise and fire on the catch. Good night defense.
Yeah, that one's good.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
Irving against Lillard. Davis with a screen on Lillard. Irving, the pass to Davis. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. Giannis soars in for the fast break finish.
The long strides of Giannis help him get down the court fast. A lethal player in transition.
The three from Thompson. Milwaukee with the rebound. Antetokounmpo, right side. And yep, it's good. Antetokounmpo has got 6 here in the quarter.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
No, I think that's the one thing every player is searching for. Consistency. They're giving this guy a chance to carry the offense once again.
The three from Prince. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Davis has got rebound number 8 now. Irving against Prince. Pass to Thompson. And here's Gafford. 5 to shoot. And it's Thompson that time on the assist by Gafford. He's got 15. The three from Prince. Fires in the triple.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And so it's Klay Thompson making highlights for Dallas. He was dominant this quarter, scoring in bunches. Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fans half-court shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. And you know, Klay Thompson has been really making it happen, guys.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far, unstoppable.
And on the floor for Doc Rivers as we get into the second half. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Portis in at the 3. Out to Thompson. Lively with a screen on Lillard. Dallas needs to get off a shot. And a slam dunk by Lively. Well, when you look at the forwards in this league, there are a lot more Grant Hill types out there these days, partner.
Well, thank you for the nice words, B.A. Of course, I took pride in my overall game. And over the last few decades or so, we've seen a bunch of guys playing the 3, 4, and 5 who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So it's fun to watch the game evolve.
Another shot. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Bucks trail by 8. Lillard right side. Out to Portis. Over Edwards. No good off the back of the rim. Dallas has gone 7 of 15 from distance in this game. Outside Irving. Back to Edwards. Outside Davis. And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it.
Milwaukee ball.
Right around a minute and a half played in the third quarter. The Bucks have gone 0 for 3 to start the second half. And it's Antetokounmpo off the drive. Stolen by Davis. The 3 from Thompson. Klay Thompson, a killer from the corner.
Well, it takes some guts to pull up from 3-point range on the fast break, but definitely the right move. You drill it, you look good.
Out of bounds, it'll be Mavericks ball.
This is one of those nights. Mistake after mistake, a comedy of errors.
And the Mavericks with some changes. Washington's checked in for Edwards, and Exum subbed in for Klay Thompson. Irving looking around. Pass to Exum. There's the 3. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lively. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Nothing yet for him here in the third quarter.
He is just not taking smart shots out there, a pattern he has fallen into tonight.
Again, the miss by Dallas.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Prince, the pass to Lopez. Antetokounmpo against Lively. It's stolen by Lively. It's time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, there are some players who felt the 65-game requirement for postseason awards was too high. The NBA's executive VP and head of operations, Joe Dumars, said, quote, "You're still allowed to miss 20% of the season. People pay to go, and they want to see their stars play." Brian, it's all about the fans.
True enough, Allie. Thanks. Here's Dallas now. They've gone on an 8-0 run. Lively with a screen on Lillard. Exum passes to Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
B.A., the one-hand dunk just looks so fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. Even smooth when he's powering it home like that. Irving for three. And Dallas hits again from deep.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
The three from Washington. Kept alive. Pass to Exum. Shot clock at 5. Off target from three-point range. The Bucks trail by 19. Prince down low. Davis on him.
Well, fast off his feet and up at the rim in a hurry. Taurean Prince with an easy one.
Irving against Lillard. Exum outside. The three. Pass to Washington. Now Irving. Over Lillard. And a slam dunk by Lively.
And I'll tell you what, this is a guy who doesn't take a break at all on the board.
Man, doing serious work. He likes being an anchor on the glass.
Well, but as defenders keep forgetting to box him out, he continues to just make them pay.
And it's Portis, that time on the assist by Lopez.
Well, get it inside to a quality scorer and let this guy do his thing.
Exum outside. Pass to Irving. Back to Exum from deep three-point land. Sinks it. What range from downtown. Exum's got 6 here in the quarter. Here's Prince. Uses the glass on the layup.
Boy, that's very little resistance from the defense on the lay-in. You'd like to see them be a bit more physical in the post.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Dallas on top. They lead by 18. Don't go anywhere. The final quarter is coming up next on 2K Sport. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist to the game.
Woo, I'm fired up to see this dish one more time. It's always great to see your two guards share the wealth.
You love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. Davis out there with Derek Lively. Then it's Washington. Then it's Kyrie Irving. And it's Exum in at the 2 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. Bucks trail by 18. Here's Prince. Pass to Antetokounmpo. And he drains it, making him 7 for 15 for the day.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
It's Exum on the wing. And the call will be against Bobby Portis. That's his first foul of the game. Thompson, he's checked in for Dallas. Tries a 3 off the inbound. Rebound, Milwaukee. Portis has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Here's Antetokounmpo. Rebound, Anthony Davis. Davis has got rebound number 13 for him here tonight. Exum outside. Lively with a screen on Prince. And he lobs it up top. Out of bounds. It'll be Bucks ball.
That almost looked like bad communication. You hate to see that kind of mistake.
And so it's Lillard who brings up the ball for the Bucks. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed. Prince finds Lopez. Back to Prince. And a miss there on the triple.
And that's how you have to defend him out there on the three-point line. Played him perfectly.
Davis with a screen on Prince. Outside for Irving. And here's Thompson for three. And good. Coming on the assist by Irving. Thompson's got 21.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And right now, Greg, he is doing a great job delivering for this team. Productive and efficient.
Here's Portis. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot two. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for Dallas?
Well, they did a tremendous job keeping guys fresh. Their aggressiveness took over, showcased by their points off the fast break.
The other thing for this team today, they have a bunch of second chance points. They're turning misses into makes.
Here's Irving. Rebounded by Lopez. Bucks trail by 18. Prince down low. He's guarded by Exum. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Portis. Lillard outside. Just 5 to shoot. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Boy, you love seeing Brook Lopez get involved. He expertly exploits the defense in these pick-and-roll sets.
To the paint. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Just flawless timing right there.
Right? The dish, the catch, the flush, the whole thing was perfect. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Back to Antetokounmpo. Oh, he misses the dunk.
Wow, he doesn't miss many of those. He's such a strong finisher and tight.
And it's Irving off the drive. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 3 assists in the game. Looking to get it going. And the whistle blows as the basket counts. Chance at a 3-point opportunity here. 1 free throw coming up.
Second team foul.
That one misses for Antetokounmpo.
And Giannis will just about do anything the coaching staff asks. A true team player.
Here's Exum. Misses the 3. Bucks trail by 18.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the Mavericks.
Man, the bench brought lots of energy tonight.
I'll tell you, when your reserves can score it like that, it puts your team in a great position to win.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Klay Thompson.
This guy has been shot-making all night long. He commands the rock and takes over.
Yeah, when Davis gets that kind of positioning inside, he is pretty much automatic.
Here's Prince. From down in the low post, it goes.
The assist, Damian Lillard.
And the Mavericks with possession here. Pass to Lively. Outside Davis. Lillard against Irving. Over Lillard. Here's Lively. Outside Irving. Now here's Davis. The 3 from Thompson. Sends it home from three-point land.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight, giving them the energy they needed.
What an impressive performance, to say the least. At this point, it looks insurmountable.
This is why you want ball movement and player movement.
And that's made it hard for the defense to key in on any one individual.
Nice open look, but it's no good. Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. And it's Antetokounmpo off the drive. Second chance shot, and that's 2 points on the layup. Irving, the pass to Thompson. There's the triple. Pure from three-point range.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Doris Burke, Allie LaFleur.